あれ見えないやん。見えるかな。ちょっと待って。YouTube で確認しますね。長っ。よし。違う。お願いします。いやー。これだと、見えないやん。OK。よし。見えるようになった。壊れる未来。壊れるだとしたら、なんか、we can だから、どうしよう。壊れる未来。future でしょ which can be broken is the more accurate title, but that's a little bit long. 多分誰も起きてないと思う。Breaking the future, broken future, 壊れる未来。It implies like you can break it, so なんだろう、どうしよう。Hello. I'm not sure whether or not I should translate it this way or another way. Breaking, broken, what did we can break? A future. I like a future that can be broken, but that's a little long. I'm gonna go with that. There's a lot of decisions there to make. The text at the top will be サラダの記述によりマムシ相当作戦は失敗。That looks terrible. Now we have to fix it and make it look nice. The Mamushi expected Mamushi plan. The expected plan to deal with Mamushi fails. でもなんか I don't know how I should rearrange this to make it shorter. What did I put on Twitter? What did I put on Twitter? I don't remember. Can I check without being seen? I don't know. I am only sharing specific. I can go here. Haha, I have 2 phones. For a reason. To deal with Mamushi. By the way, while I'm typing these things, if you have any alternate suggestions for what I can say instead, especially things that are a little bit shorter and more concise, it would be much appreciated. What did I say? I think I just said Sarada passes out. The Mamushi plan ends in failure or something like that. Sarada faints. The Mamushi plan fails. Yeah, that's a lot shorter and better. See, my brain 6 hours ago was working so much better than it is now. I'm just gonna translate it that way, that's fine. Because, I mean, expected, or like the way that you thought it was going to go failing is kind of implied in the word plan, so we're just gonna leave it like that. Falling into predicaments っていうのは何だろう。一点窮地に陥ってしまい。一点窮地っていうのはもうちょっとなんかなんて言えばいいんだろう。例えばなんだろ 違うね。1点1点はこれ。Sudden transformation. That I hate that word. That about face, complete reversal. The dilemma. もうスペースやってんじゃん。1点記述に陥ってしまう。I really hate these translating these, なんだろう、the parts at the top, because they use but such specific Japanese grammar that conveys so much more than you can convey in English. And I hate translating them for that reason, and I feel like that's why the Viz translators just leave them out, because it's just annoying to translate. And this is a Yojijukugo, which is like a 4 kanji compound, so it's even more of a pain to translate because this whole concept in general doesn't exist. I think I just said falling into the dilemma, desho? Probably. Toka. I was doing this at the speed of light, so falling into predicament. I hate that though. That's terrible. なんだろう。どうしよう。Thank you. Let's see what Leo has to say about this being in English. Instead of looking at why won't it let me highlight? Okay, you know what? I have to go into a new tab. ちょっと待って。ここにも検索することはできないのかな？多分できないと思う。まあ。Things quickly falling into dilemma and ruin, or not into ruin, but there being a dilemma, like the situation turning an about face into a dilemma. Like, how would you, the situation does a 180. Beyond E-Shadow, yes it will be, eventually, my translation. This is the document that they're going to be using though, so I'm trying to make good decisions, but I'm already having a lot of kodowari over the top text, because I don't like my initial translation, but it is what it is. Because that removes the falling nuance, and then that, like, it's suddenly happening. I guess the situation on the battlefield quickly does 180 toka. I don't like the does a 180 part. I mean, that gets the nuance. You know what? Whatever. I'm gonna stop antagonizing myself over it. Okay. 守り抜くための代償は重く。Okay. The price is on the left, but text behind startup. The price is heavy, but the price to pay is heavy, but for protecting, it doesn't say the subject of the sentence in Japanese, so I had to autofill it as well. どうしよう。守り抜くための代償は重く。What did I originally have? I had something that did not look good when formatted on the page, if I recall. Why does it reload every single time I open the app? That's so annoying. Mm-hmm. まだ始まってないよ。うわぁ。The heavy price to pay in order to protect. まあ。 Maybe I'll just use that, I guess. I don't know why I'm being laughed at, but apparently I'm being laughed at for something. Protect something. You don't know what it is, but it's just something. Protect something. So I'm gonna put a line there, I guess. Okay, that's what I originally had. Alright, moving on. Page, I guess this is page 2. We're gonna get to. Yep, there's nothing else on the cover. So, this page 1, I guess. Okay, there's no speech bubble, this is just side text. Wow, I put a dot in between their names instead of saying that's rare. 体が乾きが倒れ、計画失敗に。I hate that they end it with a particle and then just put dot dot dot. I can't translate that into English, Japan. Can you not? Kawaki collapse, I guess, is what I'm gonna use for that. Tore is like, you can say like are defeated, collapse, go down, whatever you want, that kind of nuance. それに乾き倒れ計画計画失敗に The plan moves towards failure, or like the plan is heading to failure. The plan is failing. We'll go with that. It has 2 exclamation points, so we're actually gonna stay true to the punctuation. 1000匹を超えるマムシを前にボルトたちはどう動く In front of 1000 mamushis. I've been just calling them mamushis because they're not clones. What will Boruto and his party do? What will Boruto and Colt do? Dogoku is like, what actions will they take? But I guess this is fine for English. So let's reread all this just to make sure it flows well. Sarada and Kawaki collapse. The plan is failing. In front of 1000, in the face of, let's say in the face of, I like that better. 1000 mamushis will Boruto and Colt. And the others, I'll just keep that consistent with what they've been using before. Yep, that'll work. Alright, page 2. I like how Boruto tilted Sarada to lean against him as well. And people say he doesn't care. Kawaki is panting. Huff huff. We'll go with that as a curse word. I'm just gonna say big brother. Oni-chan. I don't usually leave Oni-chan, I don't think. Sawaguna. 誰が好きケツだ. How do I make that fit into this tiny speech bubble? Sawaguna is like, don't make a fuss about it. Tannaru ga suketsuda is, I just ran out of gas, or like, I'm just out of juice. But it's one tiny speech bubble. Maybe we'll have to get rid of the nuance of Sawaguna, because if we leave it in, I don't think it'll fit. So we're just probably gonna get rid of that. Don't worry about it. I was thinking about stealing your title like themes, I guess. No one will ever know. That's right. And I'm only showing the document, not the panels, so nobody will really know. Nobody has any idea what this is right now. What am I doing? What are you talking about? Yeah, we're gonna have to get rid of the nuance of Saga. Not. You can actually help me with this because you can understand what I'm saying. Yay! Avid fan of Vortex. Very much so, yes. それよりサラダの方を心配してやる。Should I say save your worry for Sarda or worry about Sarda instead? I thought we were the only ones. No, it's okay. I'm very much a fan of Tiu Blue Vertex. I guess this sounds like cocky. Is there another way to say this that's like a little bit more harsh or rough? Whereas I would understand, I don't want spoilers. Oh, well, too bad. You're already getting spoiled just by being here. I guess go worry about Sarada instead sounds more like Kawaki's. That sounds better. There's Sumire with her Boruto-kun. Just remember that we would appreciate some translations with spice. Spice? What do you mean by spice? It's in bold, so I'm gonna also bold this as well. Yodai, is it like a very specific... So, Sarada no Yodai isn't like... Is Sarada okay? It's like very much concerned about specifically Sarada's physical condition. Oh... The walkie-talkie way. Yeah, no, I always love translating Sumire's dialogue because it's so layered with pragmatics, which is like, oh man, it's really hot in here, like keying someone to, hey, you should open the window. And Sumire's dialogue has that in almost every single line where it has this like underlying thing, and you just can't translate it. So you translate the surface level, and then everybody is like, oh, this is what it means. And it's like, no, it had two meanings, but you can't do that with the English, and I hate it. Because I don't want to just say, is Sarada okay? That's not what she's saying at all here. The part where she went teehee, oh my gosh. That was actually pretty close to what she said in Japanese was teehee. Peak Buriko character development depth right there, man. That should key everyone in, but nobody wants to believe me. They all slammed me when I said she was Buriko, but literally I was in freaking a live stream the other day, and because most of the lives that I end up in are Japanese people, and I was talking about Buriko, or like asking like, oh, I don't remember what I said. I said something, and I said like, we were talking about anime, and I said nanka burikko te kanji, and they were like, watashi mitai? And they like put like their hands up to their chest, all cutesy, and was like, oh, like me? Like, I don't know how to describe that, but like, it's a popular thing in Japan, it's her character! Anyway. Exactly! She is, though! Like, everybody on Twitter slammed me for that! I didn't understand! And I was like, what the heck? That's why I wrote that whole analysis, because everybody was like, how dare you say she's acting cute to attract Boruto? And I was like, that's what Buriko do! How can you not understand her core character concept? How can you be this misinformed? Anyway, sorry, back to the translation. Explain both nuance and we'll probably suggest a way to combine them. That's Twitter for you, not trying to be rude. No, you're good, please. by all means. So, Sarada no yotai wa, her inquiring about Sarada's physical condition very much implies she's more concerned. She's not concerned necessarily about Sarada's well-being so much as she is concerned about, like, how should I describe? Like, how the aftermath of what happened to her is going to affect the outcome of this battle, if that makes sense. It's not words that you would say in concern for a friend. It's very much words that you would say in concern for the physical condition of someone who was fighting a battle that needed to be won, and you're concerned about them, like, as a soldier more so than as a human being. Anyway. I don't know how to translate that into English. Like, I don't know a line that would make sense there. An external sense? Yeah, a very much external sense. So, like, what is Sarada's condition, or, like, what is her... I don't know how to translate that. I just don't know what to put there. If you look it up on Jisho, the word equivalents that they pull are condition, state of health, and appearance. Well, yeah, you can say that, but that doesn't sound good. Like, what's Sarada's condition like? I don't know. I mean, I guess I'll use that, because... Is it even... Yeah, it is. Let me Google synonyms for condition. If I Google search, does it, like, take away the thing at all? I feel like condition works here in an emotional context used separate from scientific. Yeah. If I'm this circumstances, environment, situation, state of affairs, what's Sarada's situation? That could work. You still see the Word document screen, or you see the condition synonyms screen? Like, what's the situation with Sarada's well-being is very professional and kind of not emotional? Maybe yeah, what's the situation with Sarada's well-being would work if I had that much space in my speech bubble. Okay, cool. What's Sarada's... condition? I don't know. I feel like it's unnatural, though. As unclear as possible. No, it's fine. Let's see. I guess I'll have to just elaborate that. 411. What is 411? I don't even know this synonym, or this word. This phrase, that's the word I was looking for. We're just gonna go with what's Sarada's condition, and then I'll elaborate it on it later. Boruto... I feel it could be what Boruto would desperately want to know about Mitsuki during the Mitsuki retrieval arc. What's Mitsuki's condition? What do you mean by that? That's confusing. Like, it doesn't have to be physical condition. This is very much physical condition. It is the word for physical condition, though. Maybe I'll just... That feels so evil. It's true, though. I'd argue Mitsuki's condition was very poor after Sekie's death. I would also argue Inojin's physical condition was very poor after the death of the little rock guy. I don't remember his name. No, I know it is, but I feel like the idea still applies. Yeah. Both apply, which is why... I mean, not really both. I mean, because it's a freaking double-layered thing. I can't. I'll just worry about it in my analysis. That's exactly what it is cold and blunt mission communication language. That's what it should feel like, in Japanese, anyway. So, that's what we're going with. And how Boruto responds to that as well is very much like 411 is a slang for info, status, or information on condition, but very casual. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. I might use that later, but I don't think it applies here because this wasn't, like, super casual, but if, like, Amado Koji asks, compared to Himawari and Nana asks, it makes the world of difference. That's true. So, like, if Himawari is... Well, Himawari wouldn't say, what's somebody's physical condition? She would say, are they okay? Amado might ask about the physical condition of someone if he was concerned, but, like, anyway. Iki ga aru. Iki wa aru. Bro, I literally, like, I was like, they're probably just gonna skip to Boruto leaving her on the ground with Konohamaru. No, we got a full panel of him, like, borderline caressing the blood away from her face, and people still say that he doesn't care about her. Like, how? And 411 is used by the military a lot. Oh, that's cool. I wouldn't know. I feel like by emphasizing physical condition is what's throwing you off. But I mean, that's what the word is. Physical condition. I feel like the official is going to be like, oh, is she okay? And everybody's going to be like, how dare you translate it like that? And I'm going to have to go into a whole thing, but it makes it feel like mission talk. Yeah. It should feel like mission talk, so I'm just going to leave it like that. But anyway, it was very adorable. Iki wa aru. She's still breathing. 命に別状はないはずだが Like her life is in danger. Hopefully they can fit all that in a speech bubble. But 反撃による目へのダメージは心配だ. I feel like what's her physical status? That feels too, なんだろう, too, boyish, I think, for Sumire. Yeah, see, Himawari runs in, she's like, ちょっと見せて! So, like, she's so much more concerned, bro. And Mangekyo is in bold, so I'm just gonna bold that. Physical status is even worse. But yeah, it's difficult. It's so difficult to translate this stuff, which is, well, you're getting a live stream, so hopefully people can watch this later and understand why I struggled. Condition works. It does work. ちょっと見せて. It's a little bit longer than it's supposed to be, because ちょっと見せて is like, show me, or like, but let me see maybe would be better. Let me check. I don't know. Something like that. Let me take a look. Let me have a look. I don't know. Either way. The first time Boruto... Is that the first time Boruto looks up is to look at Himawari? I think it is. Oh no, he's looking up at the first panel at all the mamushis. Which gets closer to the health or vitality or positive vibes of life rather than literal organic matter biology? I don't know, man. Okay. Okay, this is the other weird word that I didn't know how to translate. Because what is the difference between... Okay, this is page 4 now. What is the difference between, like, blood vessel and... What was the other thing it was? Kekban is like... Vein. Blood vessel and vein. Are they the same thing? Feels like it's describing the entity as a whole, including the soul rather than just the vessel or the flesh. I have no idea what you're going on about now. Oh, I guess condition. Sorry, I didn't see the condition can be used to describe like feeling unwell when sick. But if it's talking about the eye, would it be talking about a blood vessel or a vein? Let me see. Yeah, usually it's vein, but... Translate it as vein, I guess. What is no in response to? Is it like I'm not sure which one to use. I mean, vein is shorter, so I think I'm actually gonna just go with that. But Ah, sensual. Sometimes both. Kamui is literally an eye doctor, but he's asleep. Oh, is he actually? Dang! Eyes definitely have both. Okay. I healed. I need to ignore this for the day. The limit on YouTube so I can see the comments. I healed. I fixed the damage to her vein. I'm gonna go with that. Bleeding. Shiketsu is like heavy bleeding. Like it's not just blood. It's not just blood flow. Like if you say shiketsu, like you need an ambulance because you're gonna bleed out and die. But we'll just go with that. Nah, I need it to be here because the split of the speech bubbles will be different. 視力の影響まではわからない。So I don't know the extent of the damage that will happen to her vision. Eyes contain a dense network of both arteries and veins, collectively known as blood vessels. Thanks. That's that makes me even more confused. Sounds like blood vessels more broad and include veins, but it does. I don't have the space in the speech bubble for that, so we're just going with vein. Blood vessels often serving as a broader term encompassing arteries, capillaries, and veins. Oh well. We'll just see if they can fit it. How do you spell that word? Vessel. There we go. I had it right first. And stop the bleeding, but I don't know how the damage will. How her vision will be affected. Is it affected or effected? Can somebody tell me the difference? BV and write a note. That seems like a. I'm not the one typesetting this, so they'll have to fix it. If they can't fit it in, they'll just probably shrink the text down real small. That's one of the things I don't like about typing into the Word document is I can't see how it all is going to end up being laid out because I usually change the words depending on the layout as well, but the person who is typesetting this for me, I do not believe will change the words at all, so I fixed the damage to the blood vessel and stopped the bleeding, but I don't know how this will affect her vision. Her vision will be affected. I feel like how this will affect her vision is more Himawari-esque. Affected means to influence, change, or impact something. Affected means to bring about, accomplish, or cause something to happen. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know which one to use in this situation, but I'm assuming affected works. If only I could use Grammarly. And now Sarada is gently placed on the ground. Okay. Sarada-chan. That's Ada. Notice how Sumire says nothing and just stares at the screen. How would I translate Mamushi going with drool coming out of his mouth, bro? That's nasty. It is affected with the E? Okay. I will put E. Thank you. You guys are preventing me from making mistakes. Thank you very much. You'll be very happy with this this chapter, Sweet Dude 64, because Maoshi is now finally incoherently mumbling. Affected is a verb, so it is. Oh, it was taken back. But it's more like a. I don't know. It's not just an he's not like yelling, he's just like. I don't know how to describe that sound. Should I put raw? Because it needs like a closed to open mouth kind of shape. Voila. I like that. I'll take that. We'll put a double thing there too. Maybe not. Man, that makes it sound like it's cutting off. I just need it to sound like it's extending. Okay. Page 22. Page 5. I have to make sure I keep an eye on the time to delete all the pages too. I love Damon. Sorry. デモン says ブリブリブリブリと。うるせえんだよ、クソ虫ども。How do I translate ブリブリ? It's like... not ブリブリ. Angrily in a huff. Plump, tender? Excuse me? How the frick should I translate that? I hate translating onomatopoeia sometimes. Well, this is what we do when we don't know. Now you're going to pretty eigo. In a huff, furiously. え? 甘える? I got marijuana! Someone, the joys of translation, who someone called me out hard for translating too slowly. Who called you out for translating too slowly? Translation takes time. Affected is like you played a part, and caused it. Effected is like you caused it. That also makes it more confusing. I hate English grammar sometimes. Okay, Booty 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 is in its own line, so I don't know how I'm gonna translate that. Maybe not for a 6-year-old. Who is 6 years old? I don't think Damon is 6 years old, is he? どうしよう。ぶりっ子？ぶりっ子って入ってんじゃん。Angrily high on marijuana. どうしよう。Walkie-talkie vid 2 days ago. Kakashi's lightning clone makes no... okay. Not to entirely distract you entirely. No, it's fine. I'll have to watch it later. How should I... Okay, so I need to convey the nuance of both high on marijuana and angry. Or like... the way Devon is talking about these Mamushi clones. Let's see. Watching this whole working in the office. I'm sorry. Hopefully I don't make you laugh spontaneously while you're working in the office. なんだろう、ブリブリって。They got the munchies. I got the munchies, man. I had my stir fry and that was it. How should I convey the nuance of both high on marijuana and angry in one sentence? It's an actual line that Daemon says in its own speech bubble, separated by itself. So I have to put something there. On the next line, he says, "Urusendayo, kusomushi domo," which is like, these stupid bugs are loud. Withdrawals? Nah, not really. Because I can't, like, directly reference the marijuana thing. Strung out. It's something Daemon is calling them. So, like... And he's pissed off. And he's also out of breath. At this point. Or, no, he's not out of breath yet. He's like... There's a lot of you. You're annoying. You're wandering around like drunk people. My opinion about this chapter? Ooh. I really liked this chapter, but I don't want to spoil it for too many people, so I'm just gonna focus on translating right now. どうしよう. I really don't know how to translate this. I gotta pick something. Floundering around. We're gonna go with that. Floundering. Is that not a word? No, it is. I just spelled it wrong. Bumbling fool. This chapter was 10,000 out of 10. That's a very high rating. Maybe I could translate. No. Eh. We're gonna go with that. Floundering. I feel like floundering isn't really something that Damon would say, though. And it's a little bit long to fit in a speech bubble. This is so frustrating. Oh, I knew how to put onomatopoeia yukemono. Even if I understand the use. Should I delete pages now? 多分消した方がいいんじゃない？もう3時間経った？わかんないし。ちょっと待って。I must respond to a message. Bumbling around. I still don't think bumbling is something Mamashi would say. I mean, not Mamashi, Damon would say. Just started. Okay. Monoru. Now we have to fix this floundering. A mixture of paranoia, rage, and intense dissatisfaction. So. Nandaro. What the frick? The heck was that? Did a bird land on him? I don't know what that was. That's terrifying. Okay. Frantically. He sounds agitated. He is agitated, but it's not like scurrying. He's like... What is a word to describe a drunk person? Like waddling or like... I don't know how to describe it. I'm gonna say this as well. Floundering. Let's see flounderings. No, I don't know what I just did. So I sound stumbling? Stumbling would work. Struggling, thrashing, flailing, twist and turn, pitch, blush, stagger, stumble, falter, lurch, blunder, fumble. I'm not reading that one. Squirm. I like stumbling. That'll work. でもなんか it's not quite so much that he's well, because the whole marijuana, like the high thing. Yeah, that'll work. We're gonna leave it at that. Thank you. 全員まとめてかかってこい。かかってこいや。Bold. Or else I make this slightly larger. Let's see. 全員まとめてかかってこい. How would you say, like, all of you come at me at once, but, like, more, like, threatening. Or, like, childish. It's not that he's paranoid. It's, like, he's Daemon is expressing his anger as well as the fact that he's annoyed at dealing with Mamushi, who is seemingly high, like acting like the same as a person who's high would. Oh yeah, well, let's see your chat, bro. Zain matomete kakatte koiya is like more like all of you come at me once, because he's tired of dealing. めんどくせえからよって書いてある。どうしよう。全員まとめてかかってこいや。めんどくせえからよ also implies like, I want to end this quickly because this is a pain. Maybe. Maybe instead of stumbling, scatterbrain dazed, oblivious. Oblivious around. Let's get this over with. Come at me. Mendokse kara yo is more like, mendokse is the same thing, like this is a pain. It's mendo is what mendokusai is what shikamaru and shikadai say all the time. But Daemon's saying it in like this aggressive, like upset way. So I thought what you had was perfect. What, this? That'll work. But I need like it more pressing and like all of them. But I don't know. Because matomete is like, round yourselves up and come at me. Maybe? Yeah, that'll work. I think I'm gonna go with that for now, though. Is this 11? Yeah, this is 11. Ugah. Now I have to translate ugah. With 2 katakana as at the end. I'm gonna put an exclamation mark at the end of this voix. What else? I feel like this might be better served as, or raw. Is there anything similar to raw that you can use? Like, wa, maybe? I feel like I'm using too many was. Ma, daijoubu. Okay, next. Hopefully I don't miss a page. これ、イノジンとコジね。多分。Yeah. That's the right page. Okay. Gua. I like that better. There's so many just him just being like bleh. Okay, ダメだ。どう考えても。このままじゃ全滅する。It's no use かな。 We'll all get taken out. Could I say we'll all be mincemeat? Or is that too not Inojin-like? Because I feel like he uses a lot of slang, even though he doesn't use slang in this situation. But I feel like maybe not. Zenmetsuru is like, we'll all end up dying, but at this rate, we'll all... I have enough space for that, so it's fine. ねえ、どこまで知ってるの? Inojin is extremely sarcastic like Boruto. Inojin's sarcasm is more dry, though. Well, no, because Boruto TBV is a little bit more very dryly sarcastic. Kana? I don't like we'll all get taken out. It feels too literal. I need it to be Inojin sounding. Anybody who's watched the dub, can you give me some advice on how to translate this? Something here that means this but is different and sounds more Inojin-esque. ねえ、どこまで知ってるの? この後、展開は。ねえって言ってた。おいじゃなくて。ねえ。Interesting. Okay. That's probably fine for that. Does anybody have any suggestions for this one? Again, this is Inojin. 4日前だ。10本。最後に言ったかな。I hate the Japanese does things backwards, but... Nah, I can't translate it like that. I have to... I'm gonna translate this and then I'm gonna rearrange it. 10本による様々な未来を最後に見たのは We're all gonna be taken out is the best I got for Inojin. Yeah. I don't really like the crushed thing either. This is a triple suggestion will be cooked. Oh! I can use that actually! He has that whiny, insufferable nerd tone to his voice. Okay. As much as I do like this, I feel like he's a little bit more serious than... enough not to say that we're gonna get cooked. But, like, he totally would say this in a situation. Especially Shikadai would say this, absolutely, 100%. I like it so much, though. Why wouldn't I? Doうしよう. Leaving this until further notice. I might change it in my read-through at the end. Nah, we're not screwed. Like, it needs to play like we're all gonna die. Screwed is a little bit too lighthearted for that. Cooked means like... Nah, we're done. We're toast. I was gonna say we're minced meat, but that's not a current slang. But Inojin would say we're cooked. Like, that is a very, like, I don't know. He does use current teenage boy slang, so. 4 days ago, 10本により様々な未来。Ohayo, good morning. The last time I saw... I'm translating it to 10 pows, I don't care what Viz says. Okay, I need to break this up over 2 speech bubbles because I don't want to start with 4 days ago because that doesn't sound natural in English, so... I wish I could split it like this and this, but I can't because the speech bubbles are different sizes and this one's much bigger than this one, so I cannot. Which means... I could say my last update was 4 days ago, but then that removes all of this nuance. And I could leave this line as this whole thing to make him just repeat himself, but that's not what he's doing in Japanese either. How much do you know what'll happen next? 4 days ago. The last time I saw various futures with 10 pass was 4 days ago. No, とりあえずこれでいいのかな? I don't know. What do you guys think? Yeah, I do feel like I need to change this, I'm sorry, as much as I like it. See, the more I look at this translation, the more I look at translations in general, the more my brain is like, what should I do? And it takes me freaking forever. If only we had a day of the week for reference. Wednesday. The last time. I'm gonna go with we're all doomed. Nah, that feels too casual. It needs to be more... Zenmetsuru is more like heavy. I guess that's fine. I just ended up going with what I had originally. You know what? That's fine. 4 days ago. Alright. Somebody help me fix this. I'm gonna move on. So will be wiped out. Nah, I feel like taken out is more like heavy in terms of the connotations and denotations of a word. Yeah, but wiped out is also good for it. I don't know. I feel like wiped out gives off a different kind of tone. But, you know. I'm just gonna go with taken. Let me see if I can incorporate... I can scramble any of these lines. 君に自然史のを電子した。これ違うんだね。Yeah, I can't get all that nuance in there either. But you know what? It's fine. Alright, we're gonna go very literally and then we're gonna fix it. そこで得た情報をもとに based on the information I gathered from that. Sure, そこで wait, I just realized, does this mean it 4 days, it did 4 days twice, coincidentally? No, it doesn't say 4 days twice. I just translated it that way. No, that's why I can't have this in here. I was just trying to get... Because he says this, and then he says this, but that order doesn't make sense in English, so I need a way to break up this sentence into 2 different lines with making the first part shorter and making the second part longer, which is where I'm struggling. Which is why I'm translating this now, so that I can see if there's any way I can scramble all of the lines to make more coherent sense. How about mind-body transmission? I thought that was like a narrator several days later. Nah. 更新はこの時。Haven't gotten an update since then. Okay, I think I can do this. Various futures feels a little bit long-winded. Maybe I can... I taught you... My phone keeps blinking. Hold on. I need to change the time duration that this stays up for. General. Screen. Where's the screen and brightness? There it is. Night shift. No. Battery. Just turn that off. And then go to... ここじゃなかったっけ？あ、ここね。5分にする。Okay, よし。4 days ago was the last time when I saw various features with 10 paths. Yes, thank you. But yeah, that'll work. What did I have before that? I don't remember. Gosh, I can't use this charger and have my phone existing at the same time. Wind. And then I'm just gonna bold this and say I haven't gotten a new one since then. いいかな? 4 days ago was the last time I saw various features with 10 paths. I taught you mind-body transmission. Based on the information I gleaned from the update, I haven't gotten a new one since then. I apologize for my ludicrous spam on the most important hour of the month. Okay, the month? That's enough spoilers for me. Bye. No way. I was using your help. Yeah, 行かないで. Then the sneak peek, which I already translated. So, thank you. Please help. I very much like to have native speakers help because my brain doesn't like to think sometimes. I can't risk it. No! Don't worry, it's just the text spoilers. You still will be reacting blind to the chapter. I could just get, well, I guess Conway's asleep, but... I feel like this part sounds a little bit unnatural, but that's okay. Go しよっか。よし。 OK。10本による未来史があるとき、突然始まる。The time 10本による未来史 I'm able to see it just starts suddenly. How should I, 10 paths based on seeing the future is sudden, at a specific time, suddenly happens. Then one day would be the ultimate clickbait title for this views this week. Oh, thank you. Maybe I'll use that. I feel like I don't like clickbait titles though. I just make my titles normal, but that's probably why I don't have that many views. I paused myself. Oops. Shh. Okay. Oh, I already translated this page. I don't have to think that hard. ちょっと待って。My ability to, what did I say? To view the future. Adds, is this bolded as well? Oops. Not that. Starts suddenly random. 10 paths is bold. There we go. Starts suddenly at random. What's like a more sciencey way to say this? It's okay, you just started being more active as a YouTuber anyway, that's true. I didn't do anything before. I had like I don't know, very few videos. My ability to view the future through 10 paths. How would Koji say starts suddenly at random? Begins suddenly? At random. I don't think this sounds very Koji-esque. Somebody help me think of a way to make this sound more like a wise old man. 残念ながらいつでも自由に未来を見られるわけじゃない。Act spontaneously? Spontaneously. I like that. Responds simultaneously? No, I need the spontaneous part. And I also have to put these dots. Yeah, that's good. Okay, my ability to view the future through 10 paths begins spontaneously. I guess begins is fine, but it's rather unfortunate, but I'm unable to view the future whenever I wish. So that's how this power works. That's the type of ability it is. Well, it says hajimaru, which is begins, but I like happens better. My ability to view the future through 10 paths happens spontaneously. My ability to view the future, now this is kind of... My ability to view the future via... I'm gonna keep it as via, maybe. My ability to view the future via 10 paths happens spontaneously. It's rather unfortunate, but I'm unable to... I'm gonna change that to C, because I just said view up here. This sounds a little bit too literal, but it also sounds like Koji, so maybe I'll leave it. What did I have before? That's how this ability works. So you能力だ。まあ、これでいいか。OK。そして、真実の情報を君に伝えた時時点から、And from the time that I told you about how to use the information about that nujutsu, and from the time that I relayed information about nujutsu,それまでに見たどの未来とも異なる展開が始まっている。Spontaneously. It's really unfortunate, but that's how this ability works. And from the time that I relayed the information to you about that nujutsu, that's a really long thing. I don't know if it's going to fit in the speech bubble, but we'll just hope. それまでに見たどの未来とも異なる展開が始まっている。Differing futures. Completely differing futures? Completely differing futures from what I saw previously began to happen. Commenced. Completely differing futures began to commence. Kana? My ability to view the future via 10 paths happens spontaneously. It's rather unfortunate, but I'm unable to see the future whenever I wish. That's how this ability works. And from the time that I relayed the information to you about that nujutsu, completely differing futures began to commence. Commence sounds a little bit too... なんだろう。Began... What's commence synonym? Begin, start off, said aloud, emerge. Ooh, emerge. Well, he can't see it though, so I think commence fits the nuance better, because if you say emerge, then it sounds like, well, yeah, because it sounds like you can see them if you say emerge. But if it's commence, it means like it's starting to happen. But I just don't like how that sounds. Like the hibiki of it is weird. Oh well. What did I have before? Developments different from all the futures I saw up until that point began to occur. Wow. From the moment. That needs to be moment instead of time. Doesn't he see like scrolls or figments? Yeah, he does. Did I... Developments different from all the futures I saw up until that point. Completely different futures. Completely differing futures from what I'd previously seen. I need that nuance in there. Began to occur. I guess I'll keep occur. I was gonna say erupt, but no, that's what Koji did to Victor. Who's Victor? I feel like I should know this. Is it the guy with the cane thing? From the anime? Grilled. Italics. 何かは不明だが. Yeah, the old man from Car, that's what I thought. Causes and effects were unclear. Mamoshi's arrival was a few days earlier than expected. Mamoshi no shurai wa soutei yorimo sujitsu hayai mono datta. That needs to be capitalized. I guess it doesn't matter because they're all gonna be capitalized, but I feel like it's so many people forgot he was in the manga because it happened so quickly. Meanwhile, the anime just flushed him out. I agree. I completely forgot about him. I didn't remember his name because I have a friend named Victor, so my brain went to his name first, but to see that's how played completely results in causes. And the worst among the misfortunate effects. Sayaku no fuun wa fortunate effects was that his arrival, what did I have, coincided with the timing, timing of Kobu's visit. Ish. Page 9. Page 8. Is there anything to translate? 違う。これか？そう。一方、未来式だと。そんなことか。Oh, that's the one that I put a translator's note in for in my other thing. わー、どうしようこれ。10 pads. This is also in italics. I need to make that bold as well. Seeing the future. What did I say in Koji's speech? Because it's the same word. Yeah, see the future. Why can I not type it? It's not letting me type. Oh, there it goes. C. We'll go with C. I'm just gonna put that because it's really vague and I don't know how to convey that vagueness. So I think that does a pretty good job at conveying the vagueness, but it's そんなことが. Anyway. Oh, there's another Yojijukugo. I do not know how to put this. Let's see. Anchu. あれ? Anchu mo saku ってわけ? Oh. その先どうなるか。No, the things that will happen after this とか、なんだろう。あんたはもっといろいろ把握しているもんだと思っていた。いろいろ把握しているもんだと思っていた。I thought you could see more than what you can, is what it's saying, but I don't know how to put that in English. I thought you could gauge? かな? 把握してる is like, kind of like gauging something. Gauging something. Hello. I am currently looking for replacements for this word, if anybody can think of something. That sounds Inojin-esque, because Inojin is the one saying this line. So, I thought you could tell way more than that. Maybe we can look up synonyms, but... Scale, meter, indicator, chiga, size, extent, degree, scope, nope. Measure, calculate, compute, work out, determine, ascertain. Ascertain would work, but it's not quite inojini enough. I need synonyms for that. Nim. What? I thought you could see a variety of possibilities. That's the nuance, but it doesn't quite sound like inojin. I thought you could... I think maybe I'll just leave it as gauge. So you're completely in the dark, you don't know what will happen next. I thought you could gauge way more than that. 言ったはずだ。未来を知るという、あれ? I thought you could guess. I already told you. I already told you. Let's get rid of this I. There we go. 未来を知るということは、すなわち。未来を壊すことに他ならんのだと。I love that line. That's a beautiful line. Maybe Spot. He is an artist. Yeah, Spot would work, but like, it's more about him being able to know the future events, I guess. I thought you could tell way more than that, or I feel like gauge is a word that encompasses more of the nuance as of hakushiru. Maybe I just need to look up what hakushiru is in English. Hakushiru. 英語。あれこっちだね。Grasp. Get a handle on, understand, comprehend. Get a clear picture. Understand the meaning. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna leave it as gauge. Hey, 違う。I told you to see the future is to break the future. That's such a cool line. Figure out. Yeah, I just need it to be like more encompassing in terms of nuance-wise, and I feel like this does the job. It just doesn't quite sound right, and the things that you're suggesting are correct. They just also don't quite grasp as much of the nuance. Is this from my chapter analysis? No, this is the translation that's going on eShadow later. This is the English that will be the fan translation. Get it clear? Yeah. Yeah, you know what? What is it? I think maybe that's good. Gather. Yeah, gather would work too. I think I like this because, again, the artist thing. I thought you got a clearer picture than that. Wow. Wow, this is such a cool line. And it's what the chapter title is based off of too, so ちょっと待って. I'm gonna say a broken future. Yeah, the artist part fits imagine. そうだね。これはもう翻訳しました。はい。終わりと。Page 9, there is nothing other than a freaking giant sound effect of doba. Of Daemon cracking the head of a mamushi open. So we're gonna go with blam. Blam works. And then he like skids backwards. A bunch of dokkan. だよね with a bunch of kicks. でもこれだけでいいんじゃない? 多分. Okay, we're not gonna translate the other sound effects. Yeah, literally. What a noise. どうしよう。次はこれね。Ada's reactions. Is like ew, but it's like more, I don't know how to describe that noise. Wow, this is really funny. Maybe that. I feel like she's more girly than that, though, so we're gonna leave it as Yui. How do they smell? Is there like a more stronger word for they smell bad? Smell synonym. Scent, sniff, nose, no. Stink, synonym. Stench. Oh, reek. That's a word. Is there any other, like... The heck is kerfluffle? Yeah. Sniff? Sniff. She is sniffing them, but this is like, she's covering her nose because she's disgusted at how bad they smell, and she's like saying like they effing smell terrible. But in a very girly Japanese way, which is not something that you can really do in English while using curse words, I feel like. They nasty. Repulsive might be too strong. Yeah, it's a little bit too I don't know, how should I say? Like, too long of a word for Ada. She's using very simple words right now. Yes, they smell disgusting, according to Ada, which is a very interesting fact, I feel like. Oh wait, this needs more exclamation points. It needs 2. Gotta be true to the punctuation here. I'm not gonna be like the official. Hello! Welcome to the stream. Bro, she is covering her mouth. The stench is so bad. Toka nandaro. I don't know. Well, we'll just go with that for now. Sorry if there's like a noise from the mic. I keep brushing it with my sleeve when I go to pick the next page. Kisho. Kisho. How should I describe kisho? Nandaro. It's like disgusting, but synonym slang. Yuck. Yucko. That doesn't really fit. Disgusting. Where can I read the chapter? It's being taken down on Twitter right now, so you can't read it yet, but this translation is going to go into eShadow's version once I finish it. So the quicker I get this done, the quicker you can read the chapter in English, because they have to typeset it for me as well. Which means it's gonna be quite a bit. But for now, you have this. Not that you can see as I'm scrolling so quickly, but let's see Kisho English. Kishokurarui. It's Kishokurarui, but it's shortened. So nine da ne. Creepy, disgusting, nasty, gross, yuck. So gross. Toka na toka. What would a girl say in this situation instead of so gross? Ew, disgusting. Like a very like kisho. That's the kind of tone and reaction. I don't know how to describe that in English. If anyone has any ideas, please come forth with your idea. So nasty. Maybe nasty would be better. So nasty. I don't know. They'd probably say that. Desho. Ah. Blech. Blech. I like blech. I feel like it's like... It needs to be more like squealy though, instead of like a ugh. Like a... that kind of like phrase, I don't know. I feel bad for all the Boruto artists who had to color the mamushi. Bro, these mamushis. 下への山だ。文字通りのよ。文字通り is like... I want to use Lokenuinly. I feel like I need to put Lokenuinly somewhere in Shikadai's dialogue eventually. Chocho says yabasugi, which is like... なんだろう。Yabasugi in Japanese slang is like you can just use yabai for anything, so... it means like, man, this is bad, like, wow, yaba... なんだろう。とかなとか for real? Dang. Yeah, dang could work. I feel like it needs to be more girly and chocho-y though. Because yabasugi is like a very, なんだろう, girly kind of... Gross. It's a corpse mountain. 文字通り. 文字通り is like literally, but it's also... なんだろう. It's a slang. Another slang. No kidding とか。まあ、no kidding is better than for real. I think. かな Maybe. だが、マウスの触れるペースの方が速い。Hold on, somebody is trying to get a hold of me again. ちょっと待ってね。I'm on page 11 now. Oh, my bad. I have to send somebody this link. I need to turn my screen thing off for just a moment. Excuse me for one moment. Copy link. And go here. And message. And paste. I am alive. That is a good thing. Good, yeah. That's good. Okay. And I also need to take this down, probably. ちゃいますね。あれ？消さなかった？はぁ？マジかよ。X labeled the chapter cover as containing adult content. Wow. We'll be right back after this commercial break. Yeah. No joke for Chocho is actually really good. I might take that. Oh boy, Damon is panting on page 13. Can't wait for the frog. Oh no. It's been 7 hours, so let me just delete this, and then I will return. What? I have to accept the request. ちょい待ち。ここじゃなく、ここだよね。だよね。ちょっと待って。I'm sorry, I did not take care of this before I started doing the thing. Boruto chapter, share. What? Why can't I share it? Hello? Loading. Loading. Review? Editor. Sort. Share. Access updated. Done. Okay. Ish. Then let me go back to here. And I will turn the screen back on. There you go. I didn't put the chat above. Oops, my bad. You guys can't even see what's going on. Hold on. Put the chat above the window capture, and the freaking alert box needs to be above the window capture as well, in case. Although I don't think I can get, like, super chats and stuff like that, so it might not even alert. It might alert if somebody subscribes, though. There's, like, I made, like, a fun little thing with, Boruto pixel arts. I hate frog discourse. It's literally misinformation plus taking things out of context. Bro, isn't that what the entire fandom does on a daily basis anyway? That's why I made this channel, because I was so sick of all this stuff getting taken out of context. Why does it smell like mold all of a sudden? The heck? That's dangerous. Regardless, dealing with 1,000 plus mamushis is not easy for anyone. No, it is not. 電話になって体力の限界はあるはずだ。Has a limit to his stamina. Oh wait, I was gonna say something else for here. Who said something? No joke. I liked that better. He's multiplying faster than we can take him out. Even damn it should have a limit to his stamina. このままじゃいずれやられちゃうぜ。あ、コピペしてるか。Don't mind the other person that's also co-editing this document currently. Gaba. We have Gaba again. We have to figure out what I translated Gaba to earlier. Was it voir or was it foie? Gua. It was gua. I like gua. This also needs to be large. Gua. Kishokari is also large and old. Gua. Okay. Wait, Yabasugi is also... ちょっと待って。これじゃないんだ。Bold. Okay, that's good. And then page 12. Where was I at? This one. Is there anything to translate on this page? No, just a freaking huge shower of body parts. Of Mamushi's body parts. And his blood. I'm literally working on a video about debunking the too many ninjas absorption and no ninja tactics drama a few days. There was a drama about that? Who the heck started a drama about that, bro? Isn't there was somebody that made a post on Twitter using, like, it was a huge post, like a huge picture of all the hand signs used in Boruto, and they were like, tell me Boruto doesn't use hand signs, and it was like, just, like, straight hand signs. It was huge. I wish I had saved it. It would have been great to use in a video, but... Wow, why are my ears doing that? The tinnitus is intense. Okay. Dosha. Kasha? Kasha? No, that doesn't work as a English subtitle. なんだろう? どうしよう? What's like a really like a splattering kind of sound effect? This is what we do. We look up comic book sound effects for list. No, arg, bang, bang. None of those work. We don't want a beeping sound. We don't want a bong sound. Maybe this. That was so funny. I think I have saved it on my phone. I might post it and send you the link. That would actually be amazing, because whoever started that drama... I mean, I feel like whenever people start drama, they immediately get proved wrong by everyone on the internet, but... Is there anything that starts with K? We skipped past K. Crack. Kapow. Cree, cree, cur, quam. Quam? Maybe we'll go with quam. I think we're gonna go with quam. Page 13. Spluttering effect. Splurge? That's more like water, I feel like, though. I mean, splurge is also like... It's the sound effect isn't just about demons. I mean, not demon. Well, I guess it is, though. Hold on. Dolasha, yeah, it's like, it's got the sound effect of, like, the heads, like, popping open. So maybe I need a popping sound effect. Quang? Quing? Splash? Again, I feel like that's more water, and it's more like this kind of, like, sound effect. I don't know how to describe that.なんだろう. Ring とは違うね. I just saw that move. Pyong. Pyong sounds like a bunny. Doof. Ma. Maybe we'll change this to sh. I like whoosh. That'll work. Alright. Also, none of these are intelligible words. Page 13. Huff. Huff. I'm just gonna put this in italics. Yabe. Huff, huff. Huff. Sasugani ikikiri shite kita zo. Sasugani. As expected, I am out of breath. That sounds terrible in Kasplat. Kasplat? Ooh, Kasplat. I kind of like whoosh, though. It gives them, like, the... Because it's not necessarily splat. It's, like, the blood, like, splurting into the air, kind of, and then, like, raining down at the same time. It's all conveyed in one beautiful sound effect in Japanese that English does not have. I like Kasplat, though. I feel like that could work there. Do I want to change it? Maybe we will change to Kasplat. Kiri shite kita zo. to say, how do you say, like, as expected, I'm out of breath now, but, like, not with that much of a... That's the freaking literal, さすがに息が切れたぜ. It's like, they pushed me to my limit. Toka is the implied nuance, but, like, it's more like they're running me. I can use that. They're... How does it go? They're running me ragged. Huff. Huff. Sigh, I'm out of bread. No, not the bread! Sign, I'm out of... Oh, sign, I'm out of bread. You should get bread. Mitsuki with his sage mode steps in, saves the day, page 14. Breath, sorry. I figured you meant breath, but I liked bread so much better. Sage mode, saving the day, kind of. Look at that improvised 3-man cell. Why did I put quotation marks there? 誰がそう言ってる？美月？美月ってそう言ってたの？Mitsuki has been copying Kawaki's vocabulary. What is ta? He cannot be out of Sage Mode power already. Ah, no, he's just like sliding back, I guess. Kiri ga nai. Oh, that's still Mitsuki. Dang. There's no end to them. Toka, どうしよう. I'll just translate that literally, it's fine. 8代目、素直に聞きたい。GHTH. Tsunami Kikita is like, let me ask you honestly, but like, この状況。In this situation, what should we do? But I don't think that in this situation is needed. That's fine, just like that. 本来なら？本来ならって。本来なら is usually, but... And now we have Konohamaru holding Sarda from the side. Notice again how far away he, like, holds her from. Compared to Boruto, who held her, like, up in his arms. Anyway. これ違うね。多分。Ordinarily. Is this Koji speaking? Mamushi と戦いでこの葉は多くの犠牲を払い。本来なら。it is Koji. ちょっと待って、これ違うんだ。どうしよう。マムシとの戦いでこの葉は多くの。Before this とか、before this の、before this previously. Previously works, and then we're on the new page, so page 15. マムシとの戦いでこの葉は多くの犠牲を払い。The sacrifices were costly for the fight with Mamushi, the Konoha villagers' sacrifices. How would I word that? because of the fight with Mamashi, there were a lot of sacrifices that ended up happening. Why is my translation being copied page by page? This is I'm being pressured. Online. The cover for this chapter is top 3 for me. The cover for this chapter is really good. I agree. I think it's gonna end up being a postcard as well, because I think it's the last... Is it the last cover in a volume? Or the last chapter cover for the volume? Because usually that's what ends up being the postcard, I think. But I really hope... I think it's gonna make it onto a postcard. I hope. I mean, it started. It probably will. Because her other covers have made it onto a... Well, no, her second Mangekyo one didn't make it onto a postcard yet. I don't think. Because they have a cover... Her chapter 1 cover, and then they have her chapter 21 cover. Yeah, no, they do have both her covers, I think, on postcards. And then they have most of Boruto's poses on postcards as well. Covers, anyway. Sorry, I'm just looking at my wall of postcards. マシンとの戦いでこの葉は多くの犠牲を払い What did I say for this part? Hopefully it does. I would assume it does. If it does, I might do a giveaway on my YouTube channel, because I'm thinking about doing those for postcards and stuff, since I can send those for 100 yen anywhere in the world. But it's just pretty cheap. But I would have to write on the back of it. But I assume you guys wouldn't mind. マムシとの戦いでこの葉 villagers' lives, I guess it'd be villagers' lives, were lost in the battle with Mamashi. かな？この経験から君が新伝心を編み出すこととなるはずだった。After that experience, you conceptualized, かな? Giveaway, now I'm looking forward to it. Yay! Conceptualized mind body transmission. You went on to conceptualize mind-body transmission. Many Konoha villagers were lost in the battle with Mamashi. After that experience, you went on to conceptualize mind-body transmission. つまりすでにこの術を駆使してマムシと戦っている時点で私が見た他のどの未来でも展開が異なっている。当然なのだ。OK。Words. I can spell. In other words, because you この術を駆使してマムシと戦っている視点で the moment you enter the battle with the knowledge of this jutsu, did I get that right? Yeah, jutsu. 私が見た他のどの未来とも展開が異なって当然なんだ。It was inevitable for... Use it for your 500 subscribers celebration or something. Yeah, that's probably what I'll do. I might just do it anyway, but 500 subscribers and 3,000 hours of watch time is when you start being able to get monetized. but you have to have 4,000 hours of watch time and 1,000 subscribers for like being able to make ad revenue, I think. So I'm at like 600 hours right now, which is and 300 something subs. So I would have to get quite a bit more watch hours, but doing live streams like this and having more than 2 people show up usually helps a lot and to contribute to watch hours. So hopefully this boosts it a little bit. I'm also gonna try to break down some other longer videos that I did into short segmented videos, so hopefully that contributes as well. It was inevitable for 私が見た他のどの未来とも展開が異なって当然だ for this future to be completely different, or for the developments of this future to. In other words, the moment you enter the battle with the knowledge of this future, it is inevitable for the developments of this future to be completely different. That sounds terrible compared to the tone of what I was using before. 私が見た他のどの未来 to emerge completely differently, to develop completely differently, to what's the word I'm looking for? To turn out completely different. Kana? You'll get there. It took me a whole year to get monetized. Being a YouTuber is harder than people could give it credit for. Yeah, no, I wasn't really planning on like making money from it either. I was just like, oh, it would be a good idea. Because I was talking to Anime Explained and he was like, wait, I'm not done. Many Konoha villages' lives were lost in the battle with Mamashi. After that experience, you went on to conceptualize mind-body transmission. In other words, the moment you entered the battle with the knowledge of this jutsu is inevitable for the developments of this future to turn out completely different. Okay, that's fine. And then... 当然なのだ。Okay. 戦っていて、マムシが弱いと感じなかったか? Weak. That's the right word of weak, right? It's weak is W-E-E-K, and then like the weak of the. I think that's correct. Anyway, 幸い A だよ。ひまわりも無事でいる。これらの結果は総じて君の真実があればこそだと私が解釈している。どうしよっかな、これ。Just wanted to come in here to say I absolutely loved your Boruto move, the analysis of Sarda and Boruto, as well as your other Boruto videos. Keep it up. They're really good, and I hope you do really well. Oh, thank you so much. That's so sweet. I really appreciate that. The weak thing messed me up in one of my high school essays. Oh no. But yeah, I really enjoyed doing the Boruto and Sarda analysis one. That was really fun. And it was really difficult for me to summarize all of my thoughts, and I had very limited time, so I probably will go back through and fix each area as I make the longer post, not the longer post, but the individualized post for each quote. I'll probably make more, and then I'll make an overview of all of them as well, but it's gonna take me a while to do that. I want to finish my Hiragana series first. I didn't even finish it. これからの結果は総じてall of these results Ah, my phone is falling. Kimi no shinjitsu ga areba koso dado. 解釈し、what is the specific nuance of 解釈 interpretation. So I attribute all of these results to you having learned that new jutsu. Yeah, that was a fun one. I really did enjoy the most recent one. Referring to the analysis videos. Oh, the power scaling one. Yeah, it was more interesting. I was like, oh no, a request for power scaling, whatever shall I do? Because I hate explaining these terms, but it was more fun than I thought it would be, especially getting into all the old ski lore stuff and realizing how much there was to explain there. Like, I didn't think about, like, people not knowing Oni, and then I learned more about the significance of Oni as well, and like, you know, they'll explain the whole long hair thing, and like, all that, like, cultural nuance analysis was really interesting for me, and then I kind of died a little bit on the inside when I had to try and explain Kukong to an English audience, which I've tried to do multiple times, and people just didn't get it, but, you know, this is bold. What's with the current situation? とか、どう考えても最悪じゃないか。This is the worst. The worst synonyms. Compare? 違うね. This is terrible, atrocious, disgraceful, careless, negligent, dreadful. This is rubbish. If only he was British. Yeah, 違うね. This sucks. This sucks. Worstest? That's terrible. Yeah, it helps our Naruto fans who are barely understanding anything about our own series. Oh, don't say that. I mean, Naruto is honestly really freaking hard to understand when you first get into it. There's some, because the way Kishimoto writes is he leaves story threads that he doesn't tie up until the ending of the freaking story that tie back to the very beginning of the story, and you have to, like, your brain, the second you read the last page, just goes through all these connections at hyperspeed, and you're like, oh my gosh, but it takes forever to get there, and he just keeps dropping little breadcrumbs, and you're like, picking up the crumbs, like, I wonder when I'm gonna get to the bread, and then you get to the bread, and you're like, there was a whole freaking trail behind me that I missed. The way Kishimoto writes. Anyway, 同期に正気ある? Hey, look at this. It's not that this is terrible. What word am I looking for? A load of pants. This is a load of pants. No matter how you look at it. 最悪。なんか。This sucks. That's the worst. What a bummer. That's terrible. Awful. I mean, awful. Yeah, awful is close enough. How are we even supposed to win? I feel like it's better. Okay. Because he says, where is our chance at victory? Where is it? Where is it, Koji? Kore is the page that I just translated. Okay, moving on. I don't know where... What is this? Did I put this here? Oh, I don't know worries, maybe. Page... Let me read this one more time just to make sure it makes sense. Many Konoha villagers' lives were lost in the battle with Mamushi. After that experience, you went on to conceptualize mind-body transmission. In other words, the moment you entered the battle with the knowledge of this jutsu was inevitable for the developments of this future to turn out completely different. Didn't you feel as though Mamushi was weak? Thankfully, Himawari and Ada are unharmed as well. I attribute all of those results to you having learned that new jutsu. Even if that's the case, what's with the current situation? No matter how you look at it, this is awful. How are we even supposed to win? Okay. 真実がなんだよ。この状況より新電子なんか何の役にも。Transmission isn't even ... And then he realizes. I have to get this out of bold and then make it. Let me steal this from the official, actually. Or maybe I'll just steal it from my previous translation. Wow. どうしよう. And then we have Amado's speech that's like... my body transmission isn't even jutsu. Let me steal this from the official. Because it's a flashback, and I'd rather people not be confused. これね。Explanations. Maybe that they can share visual or auditory information with each other. Or... Well, each Mamushi can think independently. There might exist a single collective consciousness governing entire swarm. So, ish. Okay. And then we have... もう7時だよ。いくつか可能性が考えられる。視覚あるいは、そう。Each Mamushi can think independently. それとは別。いいのかもな。Okay, yeah, that's correct. He understands. 確かに未来は多く姿を変えた。17. We are on. 確かに。The future has quite changed its form. How should I say that? It's like 大きく姿を変えた is like vastly changed, has much changed. Much has changed about the future. Aha. There we go. だから10歩が持つ最大の強みは but the strength of 10 pads lies in the information gleaned from it とかいいんじゃないIf I start this with a lies, it feels like a different kind of lies. But the strength of 10 paths comes from the information gleaned from it might be better. Ish. あれ違うんだ。No, that's right. Okay. ここに至る経緯こそ違えど。Wow. ここに至る経緯こそ違えど。あれさっきなんか検索してなかったっけこれ。やったんだと思う。ちょっと待って。しまっちゃった。これだったのかな違うね。これかな違うね。いくつかのゲスがあるはず。そうだよね。それをちょっと、あとで、これは、今の状況に、ここに、違うけど、even though although maybe is better. Although the今の状況に似た光景は別の未来ですでに知っている。で、outcome how should I word this? Dear gosh. A similar outcome. No, not outcome. It's 光景 is scenery, but like a similar scene? Maybe? A scene similar? How do you spell scene? Scene? Similar to current one has already been seen in another future. A scene similar to the current one has already been seen in another future. That's using the word seen twice. I don't like that. A similar fate. No, because it's not fate. It's like talking about the what's going on currently, the happenings, like because that's why I erased outcome, because it wasn't the right nuance. But光景 is like scenery or I'm gonna change that to glimpsed so it's not saying seen twice. And I'm gonna bold this. やつの知能が極限にまで低下した今だからこそ His intelligence has fallen to now that his intelligence has fallen to its absolute limit. I don't know if you can say absolute limit, but like, that's pretty much the nuance there. 取れる手段もある. There's other 取れる手段今だからこそ how do I include all this in there? Jeez. Now that his intelligence has fallen to absolute, there are other measures we can take. Kana? I think I like this. I think I can go with this. The future is slightly altered. Well, okay, so he's saying, like, even though what's happened up until now has been different, this scene that's happening currently, I already saw it in a different future. And because Mamushi's intelligence is so low, there's something else that we can only do now because of this. So, I guess, after that experience... Page 15. My transmission for me, where is that at? Kana? Is it mind transmission formation? Mind body transmission. What is it called? Yeah, it's mind transmission formation. Okay. Did I make that mistake anywhere else? You guys are supposed to be catching my mistakes, man. It's true, much has changed about the future, but the strength of some paths comes from the information gleaned from it. Although the circumstances leading up to this point are different, it seems similar to the current one has already been glimpsed in another future. Now that his intelligence has fallen to its absolute limit, there are other has reduced to its absolute limit. There are other measures we can take. The future has changed. It's good. とはいえ、その方法をここで君に伝える必要は Okay. Page 18. Koshi's speech is difficult to translate because it's like grammatically difficult, but it's simpler in the fact that I don't have to think about nuance as much because it's very literal. But it's still difficult to translate because I have to think about his tone. My battery is about to die and the phone, so it's pretty hot, refusing to charge, and I'll be stepping out for a bit. Okay, that's fine. Take your time. Thank you for coming. なさそうだな、その顔は。By that look on your face, my assumption was correct. やるしかない。たった今、その覚悟が 決まったところだよ。I prepared my resolve. I resolved to do so とか resolve その覚悟は決めたところだよ。Just now I made my choice. How do I translate it? やるしかない。I got no choice. Just now I made up my mind. I was passively playing Last War while on the live chat, so that didn't help. I mean, you should be doing something while listening to this, because this is probably very boring to look at. And judging by that look on your face, my assumption was correct just now. Just now, I made up my mind. Maybe no need to relay those measures to you. And judging by that look on your face, my assumption was correct. I made it just now. I decided. I prepared my resolve, because he was always about resolve. So I need to put the word resolve in there. Affirmed my resolve. I came to a conclusion. I made up my mind. Formal. I've resolved to blank. I've committed myself. Just now I made my commitment. Comma? What does it say? Steadied my resolve. My resolve is set. I guess you could use steady my resolve. I think that works. My assumption was correct. I've got no choice. Just now I steadied my resolve. I've decided my ninja way, that's a little bit too far zureteru. Like, it's a little bit too far removed from the nuance of what's there. Kekko. Kekko. Ooh, that one's a hard one. Kekko desu. Kekko. It can mean so many things. That's fine with me. Very well. I'm gonna go with very well. Very well. 別の未来においてもこのアイディアは君自身の発案によるものだ。You fine by me could work. No, it's Koji saying it. It's Koji, so it has to be a little bit more formal. "別の未来においても、このアイディアは君自身の発案によるものだ。You also proposed this idea. そいつで壊してやれ。クソみたいな未来をな。壊す is break. I need to use the title because it's used, so I have to use broken. Maybe if I say shatter, if I change to shatter future or shattered future, to see the future is to shatter the future. まあ、それも使えるけど、まあ、let's shatter that awful future. With this 入術とか. I'm just gonna say that even though it doesn't say it there because I have to include something. Okay. I think I'm actually going to take a break really quick and use the bathroom because I haven't used the bathroom for like 7 hours. So I will be right back if I just do that. I think it'll work. Can you guys still hear me? I'm assuming no. No? Hopefully, no. Assuming. Good. Okay. Do you think Boruto will die then? Okay. I have returned. My apologies. Do you think Boruto will die in the end like Eren? I really sincerely hope not. Made the same mistake at work. I can hear you. Everyone needs to release water eventually. Dang. Okay, well, you probably just heard the ladder then. But hopefully. But the ladder creaking. Anyway. I muted the thing, but I guess it didn't work. Mama. Do you think Boruto will die in the end? I really sincerely hope not, but he might. He might, if I'm being honest. I feel like Sarada would stop it, because she's been stopping his death this entire... Like, that's one of the themes of Boruto in the show in general, in the manga, and the anime, and the everything, is Sarada stopping Boruto from either committing suicide or dying. So, except for that one time when it was necessary for him to die so he couldn't fully become taken over by Momoshiki, which she didn't stop. But the rest of them she stopped. Judging by that look on your face, my assumption was correct. I've got no choice. Just now I said I resolved very well. In other futures, you also proposed this idea that shadow that awful future with this new jutsu. Well, you know what? We're gonna use a curse word, because he uses a curse word, and I can use curse words. What was I looking at? これかな? Was it this page? そいつをこうしてやれ。クソみたいな未来よな. I think this is Koji that says it though, so maybe not. I can't tell whether it's Koji or Inujin talking. If I'm being 100% honest, so... Alright. Page 19. Heck, she literally used Genjutsu on a broken blade to save him from swiping his head off in the stone. Or wait, I'm gonna use that for my vid. Yeah, she did that. She saves him in the light novels. In light novel 4, she saves his life and basically resuscitates his heart. Wait, that's 38. I need 36. She saves him again with Kagemasa. she, which is also canon to the light novels, so there's that. And then, like, she throws a kunai or a shuriken, and it deflects the pole that's, like, aimed for his head, and it lands slightly to the left and, like, embeds itself into the concrete pillar. She, saves him again with the Boro thing, or not Boro, sorry, Shoujoji. She saves him again with Shoujoji, with Tento, and he's like, it's something I can't tell you about, sorry, and then he leaves, and then she doesn't ask, and then she just follows him and ends up finding him, like, about to die, and then saves him with Mitsuki. She saves him again with the blade thing, that's an anime-only arc, but still, the sword thing when she uses Genjutsu on herself. She saves him again, when in the well, she just stands protectively hovering over him with a kunai in the owl arc, and asks what the heck is wrong with him when it comes to Momoshiki. So anytime, like, Sarada stays out of his business, something terrible happens to him until she gets into his business, and then she ends up saving his life, is the theme, basically. Because she tries to stay out of it in the fourth light novel with the school field trip arc. And then he ends up almost dying, and then she ends up saving his life with medical ninjutsu. And then, yeah, anyway, I could go on a whole long rant about that, but I'm not going to go on a whole long rant about that right now because I'm translating, and this person is relying on me for a translation, and I'm going very slowly. I don't know what to call this sound effect. Bonshi? Bon, bon, bon. It's just boom. All of them are falling. Kyun. How would you describe something falling onto the ground? Wakonna. Ma. Should we just leave it? Are we just gonna leave it? Nanka, where's that page I was looking at earlier? これは違いますよ。あ、これ。Thwack. Tippy. Wow. Wham. I feel like it's less of a wham and more of a... I don't know how to describe that sound. Maika. We'll go with Blush for that. I didn't know about the light novel one, but yeah, Boruto would be so dead without her. Wait, try Whoosh. It's not... The second one could be Whoosh, but... Because it's like... And then, like it's like an impact sound, and then it's the dust, like, flying up sound. And then... Zoom. That one's just clearly Zoom. Boruto will not die. I also don't think he'll die. He could die. Like, it's very possible. Like, the story could very much lead up to him to die. And another thing to watch out for is early confession scenes are a huge death flag. So if Boruto says anything to Sarada about liking her before the end, before the finale, then he's gonna die, probably. Most likely. Because that usually happens in shonen. And it sucks. But... Page 20. They zoom away. And then... 死体が多すぎてやべえ。There's too many corpses. マジ押しつぶされた。死体? Stay is corpses. あれ? Is he controlling the corpses still? 違うでしょ、普通。マジで押しつぶされた。ん? We got no choice but to put distance in between us and them, but it's like, we have no choice but to distance ourselves, but Daemon's saying it, so it's not, we gotta get out of here for now. There we go. That'll work. I'm sorry I shouldn't ask those things while you're translating, but for some reason I am interested in your opinion about certain things. I think you should do reviews of the chapters. I do reviews of the chapters, however, they are about the language analysis part. So, all these micro decisions that I'm making right now, whatever the official makes that's completely different, I go over in depth in another analysis and basically say, this is where it differed, my translation differed from theirs, and here's why. To kind of give more nuance on the chapter, but I don't do chapter reviews as in like combing through the chapter for details and that kind of thing, because I feel like I don't want to put my opinions in other people's heads. I think it's better for them to come up with their own opinions. However, there's a lot of there's a lot of times, especially in chapters, where there is some sort of something. So let's say like a common trope, or the whole like Boruto hugging Sarda back thing was huge, and the West just doesn't get it. That's a time when I'll step in and be like, okay, here's what's going on here, and from a cultural perspective. But at the same time, I also don't usually give like opinions per se. Usually, I will give them on live streams, like when I'm playing Minecraft and stuff. That's a great time to ask, but. ダメだよ。いつの方が早い。畑落としてやっから。そのまま飛べ。And then Boruto appears. Slash. I think it's because you have quite a lot of knowledge about the series. Not only knowledge about the series, but I think knowledge about the way shonen works in general. Because I'm a really old not like really old, but I've seen a really wide variety of anime. And I've also seen a lot of, read, I guess, a lot of manga as well, but read a lot of shoujo, which is, Boruto pulls heavily on tropes from both shonen and shoujo, and I feel like people are usually either one side or the other, and don't have as much variety, especially in terms of older shoujo, which is what Ikemoto would have been basing a lot of his tropes and stuff on. So, for instance, people who didn't like the anime Kamichama Kanin totally do not get how it was a parody anime about romance tropes. But that, for me, is one of my favorite animes of all time because it's so funny in terms of the romance tropes. So, there's like... Yeah. I think it's because with the hug, public displays of affection are like a social taboo over there. Pokemon's director had to explain when they angle because... public displays of affection aren't necessarily taboo, they're just rarely seen, ever. Some of my friends that are girls will hug me, but like, guys are like you give them a high five and they freak out. I fist bump one of my guy friends when we leave, like when we part ways, I guess I should say, and that's even a little much for some people. But like the other day, he went to fist bump me because I've been his friend for like 8 years. He went to fist bump me. He dropped his hand like, haha, too slow. And my mom was standing there and we had been making jokes the whole time about like, there just being like no PDA at all whatsoever. And, because he's half American, half Japanese. And, because he dropped it as punishment, I hugged him and he was like, how dare you? The look on his face, because we were in public too and like people were like staring. It was really funny. But yeah, the whole, me knowing Japanese as well is like, sorry, I'm supposed to be translating this, but me knowing Japanese as well is a whole nother adds a whole nother layer onto it because I am fluent in both languages, like culturally fluent, not just I studied the language at a language school, like I live in, and then went on to like, study more nuances and read a bunch of books so I could get a bunch of example sentences like in my head and just understand like the connotations and denotations of words, because in order to translate, you really have to be like a language master. You can't just like you have to know all the ins and outs of words and do that quickly as well. Um, Page 21. And I was just talking about this in one of my translation classes the other day because I study it and I was a college minor. And I'm taking a lower level class right now just because I avoided it because I didn't feel like taking it. And then now I'm taking it as somebody who has a lot of experience. And it's really interesting to see how the professor tries to teach it as well as everybody else's initial views going into it. Because I go to an international school, so people speak both English and Japanese there, as like it's the classes are taught in both languages. Um, Especially translation classes. My translation teacher will translate most of his slides into Japanese as well. Um, but yeah, there's a lot of interesting things you can get into with talking about this, and I just haven't gotten to all of it yet because there's so much to like explain. But I'll be backup. I'll provide backup. I'll back you up. I really trust your translations even more than the official ones. I appreciate that. I think the official is restricted a lot of times, and I think a lot of times in officials as well, it's not just one person who does the translating, or they might be given a Word document where their words are then changed when they get put into the manga. So I feel like it's a little unfair on the translator themselves. Um, as well to like have their words changed versus me. I'm kind of in control a little bit more of everything, and I'm not censored, and I don't have company policy to stick to and all this other stuff. So I feel like the official translator is a good translator, um, contrary to some popular opinion. But because I'm not as restricted, and because I'm in college right now, and kind of like, how should I say, like interacting with both languages at once, on the daily basis, and keeping up with younger slang, and like I've read hundreds of books in both languages as well. So I feel like because of all that experience, it's a little bit easier for me to kind of think of all the aspects and nuances of translation, which I'm making a PowerPoint right now to teach translation as well on my YouTube channel, so you guys can kind of understand what all goes into the process. But it's a lot. Um, that's one. I'll back you up for now. Just keep going. Oh well, moving is fine. I'm just gonna shorten that because it needs to be shortened and snappy. そう考えろ. There's gotta be a way, there's gotta be something. That's Shikamaru talking. I don't know what to do with that. 新年神が。おい、いいのじゃん。Mind, transmission, formation. Uh, 通信が切れてる. Why? Thank you for all the work you do. You really make a difference, at least for me. Never give up. Oh, thank you. I really wanted to give up today, man. I was tired, and I figured I'd do a live stream to kind of encourage myself to keep going. But I was tired and did not want to do this after, because to tell you a secret, I was the one who did the leaks today. I was the one posting everything. And last month as well. But it was to do that and then switch directly into this, I took like a short break and had a cup of tea, but it's a lot. It's tiring.幸運を祈る. The specific nuances of 幸運 are like 幸運, good luck, no success. Thank you for your hard work. We'll help out as much as you can. I really appreciate it, like genuinely. Like this, if I was not live streaming right now, I probably would have given up. I was just tired. And I have to go to school tomorrow, ugh. But thankfully I'm not taking a full load of courses this semester. I will be in the coming semesters though, so... 逆口寄せの術. Ha! What did I just do? 違う. Reverse. Summoning jutsu. Did I mind body transmission mind? Transmission formation. I need to update these. This should be updated as well. And I'll leave him a note. I will also put this in italics. There we go. So you are Mirai. I am one of the controllers of that account. I'll put it that way, yes. Today I was the one doing the leaks. So I just logged in to do those. Me and another person who helps clean and another person who gets the leaks, we all work together. And we all have access to the account, but I was the one who was typing the text for the translations, or like the summaries of the pages. But that is a secret, so don't spread that around. Page 24. This is page 25 now. しかない?あれ?違う. Old. So you all are the Team 7 of leakers. Yeah, basically. Ah, あと頼むね。あとは頼む. How do I translate that? Short. Eh? Take care of the rest. Come on. Oh, fudge, my window's open. The whole entire neighborhood has been able to hear me this whole time. 恥ずかしい。ごめんなさい。うわー。 すいませんでした。しくじっちゃった。やばい。これ、今閉まった方がいいんだ。その窓。ちょっと待って。I have to close my window. うわぁ。うわぁ。本当に。My relatives hear me recording any hour. I feel your pain. Yeah, no, it's bad because especially when it gets dark outside is like silent. And I feel bad for even like starting. I am like in the upstairs, in the loft area of my apartment right now. Is this not even on? I don't think it's connected. This whole time my mic hasn't been connected. Oops. Well. But, yeah. Yeah, その動きを止めてくれ。Two exclamation points. That also had two. That also had two. That also had two. Okay, we're good. Kageshibari no jutsu. This is page 25. Gold. This is like this. I always followed you in X. I was thinking you were a guy until I entered the stream. Yeah, I get that a lot. I think a lot of people assume that people who are into shonen manga on the internet are guys. But I think, surprisingly, Boruto has a highly female audience as well. What is your opinion on leaks? Please do not answer if the question makes you uncomfortable. Oh, no, it's fine. So, I live in Japan, where is the country where you cannot obtain things for free. However, in other countries, you can obtain the manga chapter for free every week on Manga Plus and Shonen Jump. So the sales primarily come from Japan. The money that the mangaka makes comes from Japanese people reading the chapter. The amount that the Ikemoto gets from Manga Plus, people reading on Manga Plus, is mostly just about popularity and like knowing how wide of a reach it had. I mean, sure, he gets a little bit of money, but it's not anything significant. Like, it's not like what he gets from people buying V-Jump, for example. So, especially when it comes to leaks, if you have, here, let me continue doing this while I do that, but, if you have, I actually can't talk and do that at the same time, never mind. When it comes to leaks, if somebody posts the leaks in their Japanese format, and then other people are like AI translating them and all this other stuff. You saw what happened with the sneak peek. It was out for like 10 minutes without a translation, and somebody already was like, oh, it's code. It's not Kobu, it's code. ChatGPT said it was code. And I had to go around correcting all those guys because they were adding me in all their conversations about this ChatGPT translation that they did. So like, I am so thankful that now the leaks aren't being released. I was the one that pushed for full translation, no speech bubbles. Because what was happening was, I feel like a lot of the time, you know how like Boruto's reputation slowly became better with Two Blue Vortex? I also feel like that's because in Two Blue Vortex, the fan translations weren't as, I don't know, okay, so there was the era of like Abdul and Organic Dinosaur, which I wasn't there to read the translations for, but I know like, I think it was like Luna Roche and Itachi Flawless were terrible at translating, and that's the reason I started, because I used to lurk on Reddit just to read like raws because I didn't want to pay for the chapter because I'm lazy, but I used to lurk on Reddit to read raws, and I like raw scans in Japanese. And then one day I came across the fan translation and was like, oh my gosh, this is not even like remotely what it's talking about. And everyone was like, oh, it's a fan translation, so take it with a grain of salt. And I was like, yeah. And then there's people actually debating over this and using this because it comes out 4 days earlier than the chapter does. And it was ridiculous of like how much misinformation was going around and being spread on the internet and just staying up in YouTube videos and blowing up with millions of views because of this garbage fan translation. And I was like, I need to fix this because I am capable of fixing it, so I'm going to like attempt to fix it. So I made the account Vietnamiano, which was what I was using before this, which actually had way more followers. And I started doing translations, and people were like, oh my gosh, these translations are like the official. And I was like, no duh, because somebody who actually knows what they're doing is doing them. Wow, imagine that. And then, like, AI became rampant, and now there's another translator who argued with me a couple months ago about my translations being different than the official, and it was because I had changed, like, a word from, like, or to, or something like that, very minor change, and they were like, you have no idea how to translate. You translated, like, this word different from the official. And I was like, you pointing that out means that you have no idea how to translate either, because clearly my words are not going to be the exact same as the officials, because I'm taking all of this, like, completely from scratch, from my own brain. And now they're the person that is the main translator for the Discord server, which I am very questionable about. But it just proves that he used AI. And same thing with, I can go and point out how other fan translations and when they are using AI. It's very blatantly obvious for me, but it's not for the rest of the population, and AI does things faster than I can, obviously, too, so there's that problem. But I basically scrapped all that when they brought me into leaks, and I was like, okay, so, can we please do it this way to avoid this thing? And they were like, yeah. So that's ending up what happened. That ended up being what happened. There we go. I assume everyone is non-binary or somewhat reflective of their own character profile, but it's a shame even reading it online doesn't help Hikomoto as much. Yeah, no, it really doesn't. It's mostly about Japan and Japanese sales, which is another reason why I wanted to block the speech bubbles so that people can't read it in Japanese, because Japanese people, and myself who was living in Japan, were going on the internet and finding the raws and reading them so we don't have to pay for the chapters. And I still don't have to pay for the chapters, but I do buy V-Jump every time there's a Boruto cover, and I do buy all the volumes, and if you've ever seen my room, I have a room full of merch, so there's that too. But of course, like, I'm very supportive of the series to the point that a normal fan probably wouldn't be as supportive. Like, I'm still supporting it while I do what I do, and I feel like doing this is also helping curb the misinformation and give Boruto a better reputation overall. So, and that was kind of my goal, was to stop all of the flow of misinformation that kept popping up with bad translations or AI being used or people just assuming things based off of the page scans. So I think I accomplished that goal. But my time isn't limited. It's just other people are relying on me to translate this right now, and I am going very, very slowly. Shout out paralysis jutsu. And this is my transfer jutsu. Okay. Your answers are very interesting and entertaining. I feel like these are the kind of questions I want to explain in normal YouTube videos, but I never can. Because I always, think too much about it and end up writing a really, really long script. So I just need to cut this and just be like, here you go. Hi. Yeah, chat, let's help her out. Yay. Hello. Oh wait, hello! Person! Hello! Zephyr172, hello. Do you think the anime announcement will be in 10th anniversary, or will be like Black Clover stage in summer? It'll probably take place on some stage. I would assume like Jump Carnival or something if they do that. Jump Victory Carnival. Thank you for taking the time to respond. No problem. Chiga. Mind. Hold on, I actually have to respond to something really quick. Fudge. Mind transfer jutsu. Oh, that doesn't need a thing. Fudge. Wait, don't delete it yet. Let me save it before you delete it, please. Please. まだ消さないでくれ。I have to go screenshot all this. 未来のアカウントで。Okay, if I screen record, it should be fine. Can I screen record? I cannot screen record on this phone. Lovely. Okay. There's one. 違う。関係ない。There's two. There's three. There's four. There's five. I can just retype it all, it's fine. Announcement. There we go, there's that. 20 volumes. This Ninja Storm game. On this. And this last page. Okay, there we go. I got them all. You can screen record the live stream when you're done. Just go back to the... No, it's on X. It's screenshotting. I got it all. You can delete now. Thumbs up emoji. Yeah, I went back and fixed the instances of that as well. Sorry, they're in red. I did that a few times. Ish. Okay. I am a 14-year-old student. Oh, that's interesting. I'm in college. I'm not gonna say my age because my age is my age and people are creepy about it on the internet, especially when you're a girl, but I have a little sister that's 14. My transfer, I probably shouldn't be revealing her information either. She's gonna get mad at me. Oh well.新電信の術、はい。ぶっ倒れちゃった。よし。あ。が、あ。I'm just gonna leave that exactly as it is. It does not need any changes. 28. That's Mamushi, by the way. That's what he sounds like. One second. Page 28. お願いだから早くしろよ。ロードしてんの遅すぎ。よし。My dream is to learn Japanese, and that is why your content is very helpful. Yay! I'm glad that you're learning Japanese. I hope you can watch my Learn Japanese videos, my Hiragana series. I need to get that out more. I need to finish that. I'm so sorry it's taken me so long to finish that, but I hope I can teach everybody Japanese in a way that's helpful for analyzing anime and manga, because I feel like traditional language classes, from what I've seen, because I've haven't taken one again, but from the contents that I've seen are not helpful. I have seen Avatar: The Last Airbender. I love Avatar. It's great. Press home to unlock. Come on, man. Come on. Cover. Barely passed with a D+. Barely passed what with a D+. Japanese? Also, why have you asked me if I saw anime? I mean, if I saw Avatar: The Last Airbender, sorry. Curious. 28ページ。すごい待ちね。But there is no mention of anime on pages. No, sadly. あれこれ28ページね。これ。ああ。2, 3, 4, 6. Okay. Even the bad event who take place about that? Nope. No reference. Japanese is a hard language. My teachers were sweet, but hiragana was the best I could get. Kanji and the other one was too much. Katakana wa ne, nanka, it looks similar. I think if you maybe do it slowly, you should watch my videos. Because I have a lot of Naruto stuff in there, and I also try to explain it with pictures, so it sticks in your mind a little bit better. But what you really need is like repetition of trying to read it. Like, so you just need exposure, like a lot of exposure. And then once you get enough exposure, it'll hold on. Hopefully, once you get a lot of exposure, it becomes a lot easier to read. Because I remember, like, when I was first sitting down with drill books, I was struggling a lot as well, especially since I have some sort of weird thing where my brain prioritizes like form over the actual letter. So a lot of times on my laptop, I'll be typing and I'll write something that's different than what is supposed to be there. But like especially from far away, kanji, I have to like really zoom in to see kanji, or like I have to know the context of the sentence, because if you just pop a kanji up on the screen, I'll be like, nani sore? Like I'll have to break it down into radicals. But we'll get to all that in the series eventually. So hopefully. Yeah, if your native language is Spanish, the pronunciation is really similar to Spanish. Like hola, como estas? They have the same the same mouth shape, kind of. So except for like the ja sound, so like this, like the zh sound doesn't exist, and the r doesn't exist either. But you can still roll your r's, like the rarirero is the r kind of like rolling sound. But yeah, I think Inojin would be like Toph using a sense and vibration to see. That would be so cool, bro. I would like that. But yeah, I have a aunt who's Bolivian, and she also can say like "arigato gozaimasu" with like a nice accent as well. So I think I also, like, when I was first understanding Japanese, I learned it through listening first. So I could speak, but I couldn't write and read for a while. And then eventually I figured out how to. I did like drill books and stuff on my own to be able to read and write, and just like read manga, because I could already understand the language before I learned how to read and write. Which, I mean, that's pretty normal, because when you're a baby, as the same thing, like you understand before you learn to read and write. But I think that approach makes it a lot easier, because then the writing like falls into place instead of just being something that you're forced to learn alongside the thing. 急にどうしたんこいつら。What's up with them? What's up with these guys? Yeah, same. Yeah. I feel like language schools go about teaching languages entirely in the wrong way. But you know, it's okay. Because with my videos as well, I assume that people have a background in reading anime or watching anime and reading manga. So I try to use words that commonly appear there instead of like, oh, you know, this word is such an easy word that all Japanese learners know because it's like N5 level. No, I don't do that. I'm just like, okay, this word like explosion, bakuhatsu, this is a common word. Let's use this one as an example. I don't think I can learn any other language. It's surprisingly easier than you might think. What's up with these guys? That's Chocho でしょ? 原始人の新電神だ。あれ？違う。これ。Even timing was correct as estimation. You got before deadline. Fish. My brain does not know how to comprehend anything other than English. I mean, your brain can learn. That's the whole point. Haha. エナジーの新電神だ。not. He should have only taken over one. But he only took... even though... all of them stopped. Well, I think that leaves it as more questioning. That's fine. I'll leave the punctuation intact. どうなってやがる? どうなってやがる? よし、やはりそうか. Amado being suspicious. Page 30. 30. Ish. We're finally on page 30. Yatta! English is more difficult for me to pronounce. Honestly, yeah, English is difficult, man. When I was a kid, I struggled through English. Man, English was... oh. What I mean by that is the nuance found in other languages. I don't pick up on that. The nuance, yeah. Spelling is awful in English. Who designed the spelling system? It's terrible. I know French is supposed to be way worse. I have a French friend that's like... yeah, but, like, English, why? Why English? At least, なんだろう、the freaking... in Japanese, even though there's kanji, right? At least they kind of have a meaning. Like, you can kind of tell. In English, it's just like, you might be able to read the word, but like, that, why does it have a silent B? Like, I don't understand. Anyway, sorry, that's an English rant. I don't like spelling at all. Even though I try really hard, as you can tell. I've gotten better at it with a lot of typing, but like, my high school only offered Spanish, French, and Latin. I took Latin to hopefully understand English better. Yeah, smart. Yeah, French pronunciation is weird compared to English on my second language, and it's French. Yeah. The only things I know in French are de toi, which means shut up. And, what was the other thing? I know how to say F your mom, but I don't remember what it was. I can't remember off the top of my head right now. Hence, this is the French language. I learned it from my friends, not from a school, by the way, obviously. But, I mean, I know, like, bonjour and stuff, but same here. Imagining how English was pretty difficult for me to learn, I gave up on everything. I mean, honestly, English is difficult. Imagining how English was pretty difficult. I already read that. I appreciate the work you do. Keep it up. Oh, thank you. Haha, haha. Because I am quite stupid, but I will get it eventually. You are not stupid. Don't call yourself stupid. The school system designed people to think that they were stupid for not getting things, but that is not true. Everybody is intelligent in a different aspect of life, I feel like, and you just have to figure out the talents, because school is like forcing things that are not fish to swim. It's like, everybody, here you go, get into a pond, and then they try to teach everybody the same way, and it just doesn't work, and it's terrible, and I don't like school. Anyway. おそらくインジン君が乗っ取ったのは、Inogen, like, what Inogen likely took over was like Naruto and Boruto. I will never give up. Gambare, that gambare mentality, the Japanese gambare mentality that forces karoshi and like death. Gotta keep going. Osaraku Nijin-kun ga, don't go to the point of death though. That was not. I was just making fun of Japan's culture. Sorry. 単なる一体ではない。胸を束ねる. I know English, but I know a few words here and there in Japanese, German, and Spanish, but it's just a few words. Yeah, I know a few words in a lot of languages, but like Guten Tag and Danke and Bitte in German is like thank you, and I think Buenos Aires Toileta or something like that is where's the bathroom. Ein, zwei, drei, something. That is all the German I know. And Japanese, obviously. In Spanish, I can speak a little bit of because my aunt is Bolivian, but I can't like speak it that well. I can just understand it pretty well. What was I looking up? Amure. Crowd the flock. Tabaneru. What did the official translate that one to? I know a bit of Spanish from watching Dora the Explorer. I remember that show. Dora. It's been so long. The map song. I had a Game Boy game of Dora. I loved that game. And Sector A, I'll meet with you with a single collective consciousness. Yeah, やはり存在したのだ。すべての話を統率する。What is the specific nuance of 統率する? Well, same. Changing the subject. Choose your favorite character. Mine is Sarda. Mine is both Sarda and Boruto because I can't pick between them. But I also really like the nuances behind Kawaki's character. And I think that the Western fandom kind of did him dirty in terms of calling him a mentally ill pervert and all this stuff. Like, they need to take into account his abusive past and his background and all that kind of stuff in order to understand his character more, which made me empathize with him a lot more than just understanding, like, Anyway, yeah, Kawaki is a good better. I feel like I'm more defensive over Kawaki because people bash him all the time, but he's not that bad of a character. But he's not like my favorite. He's just like, he's not as bad as people make him out to be, which makes me get more into him, I guess. Everything is now, やはり存在したのか、すべての話、統率 that's what I was looking up, 統率。統率。That over all the mamushis. Boruto and Amado. Mitsuki. Mitsuki! Man, I wish they did more with Mitsuki. I lost my Game Boy when someone young steal it from me. Man, that sucks. I lost my Game Boy as well. We had a cleaning lady come, and she cleaned my room one day, and I couldn't find it after that, and I was so upset. Because she put a bunch of stuff in boxes and put it at the top of my closet, and I was like 6 or 7, so I couldn't reach up there. And I never did find my Game Boy, but at least I found the case with all my games years later. Because the only game I had after she cleaned my room was that Dora game. And then I lost my Game Boy somewhere, because my family travels a lot as well. So, I lost it on one of our trips, I guess. But I just couldn't find it one day. Like, I woke up and I couldn't find it, and I was so upset. I remember when I learned Diego and Dora were cousins as a kid, and I was astonished. I also remember a single collective consciousness that rules over all the Mamashis. Well, I guess I'm just going to leave it at that translation. But yeah, Kawaki is pretty complex, but some fans have a nasty habit of pitting him and Boruto against each other in terms of writing. You know, a lot of people in the Japanese fandom ship them, Boruto and Kawaki. There's a lot of fan art for them on Pixar. I like Boruto and Amado. Amado is cool. I want them to do more with Amado, but I also really want them to do more with Mitsuki, man. Mitsuki got so sidelined. Poor Mitsuki. I loved Mitsuki. He was such a good character, and they didn't do anything with him. Drawn to Jura, but I need more to decide. I also really like Jura as a villain. Jura is probably my favorite villain in the series so far. Kawaki is incredible. Without him, the story wouldn't be so interesting, in my opinion. I also agree that Kawaki is really, really interesting, and that the only issue I have with Kawaki is that when he was added to the story, Mitsuki, Sarada, and all the other side characters, well, not all the other side characters, but Mitsuki and Sarada mostly got really sidelined to make way for Kawaki, and then they, like, just ignored them for several chapters. So, like, I wish that didn't happen. I wish Kawaki didn't, like, take over the manga as much as he did, because there were still other interesting things going on with Sarada and Mitsuki that they never elaborated on because Kawaki got such a big light, I guess, in a monthly manga. But I feel like the anime did a really good job at fleshing the rest of that stuff out. One of my relatives smashed my Game Boy in the train chest. What the heck? That's terrible! I like Kawaki and Sarada, but I also like Daemon. That kid is funny. I also like Daemon. Daemon is pretty funny. Oh, hold on. Let me translate another line before I go back to reading these. 彼はそれを乗っ取った. That was what Inojin took over as more. Okay, and 全てを乗っ取った are now under Inojin's control. Okay, let me go back to this. Yes, my dad threw out my Game Boy and figurines that I gathered when I was younger because he felt too old for toys in high school. What the frick? No, that's so mean. It's terrible. I'm sorry that happened to you. I would, like, throw a fit and run away from home if my mom did that, but then again, I have a lot of toys. Or, like, figurines and stuff and games. I feel like I argue with my parents a lot, but I argue, like, from a logic-based perspective and force them to, like, kind of see my side of things, because my dad is very logical and my mom is not. So if I argue logically enough, then my dad will back me up, and then my mom submits to my dad, but... Inojin take Mitsuki's place. Yeah, Inojin is getting more of a spotlight than Mitsuki. That also kind of makes me sad. Although I enjoyed the story when Kawaki was not present. I also did too. I feel like before Kawaki came, it was more slice of lifey and happy, and I appreciated that. But after he came, it became more serious. And I like both, but I really liked the vibes before he came as well. I like metal. Oh wait, my mom did the same thing with my Pokemon cards. What the heck is up with you guys' parents and trashing all your stuff? Jeez. Are you okay? My gosh. I like Metal Lee because he's also neglected by everyone. Seriously, I gotta do that vid on him because even in the anime, I never used him in any major arc. until the Funato arc. That's true. He got really sidelined, even though he was in the first chapter of the manga. But I love trolling all the Jogan, like, people with saying that Metal Lee has more canonity to the manga, like canon consistency to the manga than the Jogan does. I like Kawaki mainly because of the arc in the anime where he went to school with Himawari. Okay, so I have an issue with that arc because it changed their manga personalities, manga canon personalities completely, and like ruined a lot of manga canon things about them. But I also really liked that arc, but I also don't rewatch it because it's so inconsistent with the manga. But it was a really cute arc. I like Metal Lee. It's a shame we don't see more of him. I also really liked him and wish he was incorporated more, but if they're sidelining Mitsuki and Sarda, they can't incorporate Middleman. Kawaki and Sarda are similar to Sasuke, at least in appearance, and Sasuke was my favorite in Naruto, although this is just my opinion. Yeah, I feel like Kawaki is a little bit more similar to Sasuke. I mean, Sarda's obviously similar to him because she's his daughter, but she's more resembles Naruto in her, way she goes about doing things, although her, attitude and stuff resembles Sasuke a lot, but I think Kawaki's character is more in line with what Sasuke's character was in terms of story and narrative as well. So,必ずその両面を潰せ。Nice. This needs to be in italics. I could see Metal getting more active if Rock gets Shinju'd now because we're down to 2 Shinju's unless Code finds a way to use his mark to control any future ones. That's true. What about the guy, Soegi? Was it Soegi that got turned into a tree in the beginning? He got turned into a tree and he never became a Shinju, but I guess it's because he didn't get eaten by a human. Well, no, because I don't know. I'm just waiting for something big to happen for Hima. Yeah, Himawari has already had a lot of big moments, though, I feel like. She's gotten a lot more fame with Two Blue Vortex, along with Sumire as well. Because those two characters weren't really popular in Japan. I mean, Himawari was popular because she's a Uzumaki, but, and because she's cute. So there's a lot of merch for her, but Sumire had, nothing before Two Blue Vortex. People didn't care about her in Japan hardly at all. Make sure to destroy both his eyes. 目を失った個体はそれ以上分裂できなくなる。Okay. Bodies. Any Mamushi. If his eyes are destroyed, he won't. Any clones with destroyed any parts? Any Mamushis with destroyed eyes will be unable to multiply. And Boruto seems more like a colder and smarter Naruto. Yeah, I agree. He resembles Minato a lot, but he also resembles Sasuke a lot because he has Sasuke's kind of genius, as well as he just doesn't talk no jutsu people. So I feel like he's a combo between Sasuke and Minato right now. I wonder if they explain the Shinju to the other nations. Well, Sand already knows about them, but probably, I don't know if Water might get involved because they were involved with the land. They were involved with Owl and stuff. Soegi got eaten, but I'm guessing Shinju are only made if they have a high enough chakra. That would make sense, although don't get me wrong, Naruto is quite intelligent too. He's intelligent in very special ways. It's crazy that going from energy to TBV that Inujin will get this development and importance to the story. I wonder how Himawari will react after she found out that Inujin sacrificed his eyes to protect her. I'm also curious about that, because that kind of parallels Boruto and Sarda's thing. But I think Inujin was a very popular character from the beginning, because if you listen to any of the movie interviews that happened in Japan, people were interested in Inujin. The voice actors and the other people that they were interviewing were very interested in Inujin. Why did you take your message back? For Hima, most of the things that happened to her felt like bullet points, and I don't think they have been explored enough. I know probably I'm just wanting more content for her. I think I agree with that as well, but I also think the anime is where a lot of the fleshing out is going to happen, because a lot of the manga stuff in general feels like bullet points, although he's really, really fleshing out abilities and stuff like that. But, page 32... Sumire isn't popular in Japan. Darn, I remember people loving her more in the anime because of her twist. I guess she was sidelined until the end of TBV. Yeah, people in Japan didn't really care about her until Two Blue Vortex, because in the manga, people in Japan are manga over anime, and I feel like people in the West are anime over manga. Anime Sumire is really nice and sweet, but manga Sumire was like a total buriko that was just being used as a plot device to kind of like encourage Sarada's feelings along, I guess, if that makes sense. And a lot of Japanese people who understand shoujo tropes also realized that and didn't really like her, didn't really care about her. Until the ending of NNG, she got like a little bit more popular, and then Two Blue Vortex, obviously, she has a lot more popularity because she's being like this whole like, how dare you hug him in front of me? And a lot of Japanese people really relate to that. And think like, oh, you know, like buriko are also really popular and really cute, in terms of like the way she acts and the way she dresses is cutesy, so a lot of people like her style and her vibe, especially over Sarada, who is, I mean, people like Sarada too, but because she has short hair now, even though it's for narrative importance, like, just think Sumire is overall a cuter character, but not that people ship her more with Kawaki than they do with Boruto. I think in Japan there's a lot of Kawasumi fan arts going around, as well as, you know, the recent chapter cover came out with Kawaki and their relationships really parallel each other, and there's all this stuff going on in the background with like, especially in the manga more so than the anime, but of Sumire having a similar past to Kawaki, and Sumire like empathizing with him, and him also being the one of the only ones to call her by her real name. There's all this kind of stuff going on, but I want more Himo too. Oh, I hit send too early, I see. Bold italic. Bold italic. What am I? I'm gonna... What is destroy with emphasis? It's like more emphasis than destroy. I'm gonna destroy. Crush, maybe? Both your eyes. 6 exclamation points. Dang. Runs halfway down the hallway and turns around. Teehee. Runs the west right down the hall. Yeah, literally. So in Japan, I have to mention, there's a lot of girls that purposefully act that way, to gain male attention, or just to be cutesy and like dress that way and hike their skirts way up. Like, that's a very common stereotype that people will create for school. And it's a really, they're actually popular. Like in the West, that would be considered like really fake, kind of like pick-me behavior, but in Japan, that kind of personality type is really popular, and it does indeed attract male attention, usually. But Boruto does not seem interested in her at all in the manga, and it almost feels like Ikemoto, from the way that he writes her in comparison to the anime, does not like her, while Kodachi was like, yes, I love this character, this is my character, please incorporate her into the manga, and Ikemoto was like, yeah, fine, and like gives her all this dialogue and roles that just makes it seem like he does not like her. Like, the way that he words her speech is so interesting. I wish I could do a whole analysis breakdown, but her fans are absolutely going to crush me. But yeah. I wonder when they will introduce Delta Shinjitsu. I'm also curious about that. Isn't there a word for it? A word for what? Sorry, I don't know what we're talking about anymore. Page 34. Kawaki and Sumire work a bit better than Ada, in my opinion. I don't know why. Like, people don't really ship him with Ada in Japan. It's mostly just Sumire. Nobody really ships her with Sarada because that just makes zero sense. But apparently, people in the West think that makes sense somehow. I don't really understand why. But a word for yeah, it's buriko. That word for girls acting cute is buriko. And that's her personality type, which I've commented on before, and I got like completely destroyed by the people on Twitter. It was not fun. They were slamming me for weeks, and some of them still hate me. But again, it is a cultural thing, and it's like it's the same. Like it's literally the exact same as me commenting on why Sarada cut her hair. It's the same as me commenting on why Sumide's personality is the same as it is, but they can't accept that apparently. So, マジで何が起きてんの？あれ？これもう言っちゃったじゃん。I guess Chocho is just repeating herself. Nah, it's more serious than that. We'll go with that. Okay, page 35. Irk? No. Ge? No. Gra? Maybe. What sound effect should I put here? I really liked her in the anime, but I do agree that she feels like a poor character in the manga. In the anime, she's just got a completely different personality, because Kolachi's version of Sumire and Ikemoto's version of Sumire are two totally different characters. Like, I talked about that in my Sumire analysis, which is only up on Reddit, but they're completely different. They're not the same person at all. And it's their tone is different, their speech is different, like everything about them is completely different. Shoo, page 36. That's already 8:30, dang. This was page 35. This is page 36. Yeah, some people can't comprehend the fact that a certain action might mean something else in a different culture and think the whole world operates the way their culture does. That really pisses me off. I have seen that so many times, and the amount of times I've had to explain why that is not the case is incredibly frustrating. But it's okay, because a lot of people get it. I don't know why people get angry for just pointing out cultural differences. Yeah, I'm right there with you, but unfortunately it's just an issue. I mean, I feel like a lot of people can't understand being wrong about things as well. Like they think they've understood fully the whatever is going on, the situation that's going on, and they are very defensive over it, and then they can't handle when someone tells them that is not the case from a position of authority or like a position of more knowledge, I guess. And I get that, because that feeling is terrible. Like, understand, like, and you want to get defensive over it because it's something that you really care about, but at the same time, like, it's something that really needs to be accepted when you're watching something from a different culture, because it is going to be so culturally different and all the nuances are going to be so different. I think it's more Western than anything. Most people around the world find it very easy to understand cultural differences. Yeah, I feel like because especially America is so big and people don't really get outside of the US that often, because going to a different state is like going on a vacation. Wait, I didn't translate this. What is like a dissolving sound effect? We're gonna go with that. Like is the learning curve. I feel like that's like a disappearing sound effect. It needs to end with like a 37. I'm almost done, and then we can just sit here and talk. Toastってこと? Oh, Delta. Fortress sword going back into the sheath. Page 38. I really want somebody to get a fighter and use Nue eventually. I feel like Nue isn't coming in at all. Same with Jogan, because it'd be cool to see how her mature side uses them, and yeah, she's support, combative support would help her reputation too. I feel like Ikemoto very much made her to be a non-combatant character, and that's something that a lot of people misunderstand as well about the anime versus manga. They're like, oh, she's a ninja, she can do all this ninja stuff, but Ikemoto never once wrote her to be a ninja, other than drawing the pictures for the light novel series. That was all Kodachi's like work, and he very much has her in this position of being in the labs and things to do with scientific. She's always paired with things to do with scientific ninja tools. She fixes Boruto's sword instead of going out on the battlefield. She's completely useless when she does go out on the battlefield. Like, I feel like he is not intending to bring in any of that stuff into his final narrative and his final story. Because if you've read Cosmos as well, like, his vision seems to be similar to what Cosmos is doing, or what Cosmos did, and the themes and everything, and he kind of is ignoring Kodachi's vision for the manga, which was completely different. But I could be wrong, because he can do whatever the heck he wants, but I do feel like she's not ever going to be any sort of combatant. She's just going to be on the knowledge side of things, and I think she also took that away from Sarada's character, because that was something that Sarada had before Sumire got a bigger role, was the ability to sit back and analyze things, because she has Sharingan and like understand the situation. But now Sarada is very much placed on the field in a position where she isn't given the opportunity to analyze things, and Sumire is from a very much removed position where she is given the opportunity to analyze things. So Nue does not exist in the manga. There was a database page that said Sumire has Nue. It was like one of the first couple of pages that show character birthdays and abilities and stuff like that in like the first or second volume. Or the volume where she was in, volume 5, that's where it is, when she was first introduced in chapter 19 after her appearance in the anime. But it said she has Nue, but Nue has never once even been briefly mentioned in the manga, and I feel like because there are things like Sarada becoming a chunin in the anime, and Himawari having Byakugan in the anime, that aren't going to get carried over the manga and end up being fully anime canon. But I think that's one of those things that the anime will probably try to incorporate it at some point in the future, just like they brought Nue back when Kawaki came back and related Kawaki's past to Sumire's past. I feel like the anime will give her a larger role in the combatant side of things, but I don't think Ikemoto is going to do that in the manga. For some reason, I want Boruto to save everyone and die in the end. Maybe with such a dramatic ending, people who hate the series or character will change their mind. I really don't wish for that. Sorry, 1 second. Let me just finish translating this really quick, and then I can just sit and talk to you guys. Stop auto-correcting. This needs to be italicized. What is that sound effect? I'll just leave that as it is. You guys understand Oi, right? I don't have to translate that to Hey, I'm assuming. Page 39, I'm almost done. I only have 2 pages left. Oh wait, no, that is the last. What? Did I miscount pages? Maybe I didn't count the cover. Did I count the cover as a page? No, I didn't. Okay. No, let me leave that there. 忍びねえだろ。無駄に腐らせちまうの。He'll end up rotting. とかなとか。What should I say here? 腐らせちまうのもよ。I could let him rot, or...無駄に暮らせてしまうのもよ。Side text, bold italic. There's so many chats, I'm sorry. 1 second. キーにされたバグを元に戻そうとするボルト。revert かな。しかしそれを待ち伏せる怪しい目がでいいかな ?OK。Cover, but this is the last page. Ish. Alright, let me tell the typesetting team that I'm done, and then I will respond to all your messages. ちょっと待って。Alright, I'm also going to do one final read through of this and just make sure there isn't anything I want to change, but let me respond to these first. Does new exist? I responded to that. I remember falling into a rabbit hole, looking at the sound effects of dojutsu in an attempt to figure out if Boruto really had a byakugan or a jogan. I realized it's just inconsistent. Yeah, it is really inconsistent. All the stuff that was written, the movie novel was written by Kishimoto, and all of the ideas in that movie novel, Ikemoto very much elaborated on in the manga. So that should be counted as canon, because it was the original script. The movie was based on, the screenplay was written based on the novel. Even if they released at the same time, because Kishimoto wrote it first, and then there was another guy, Yamashita-san, who took that and made it into the movie. And Kishimoto didn't have that much involvement with making the screenplay of the movie, but he just kind of entrusted it to Yamashita-san. But then the light novels were written after when the anime was about to start, after the manga already started. So the manga was about at chapter 17 or 18 when the anime first came out, I want to say. And Kodachi was in charge of the script writing, kind of, for the manga, but he was also in charge of the script writing for the anime, and he wrote the light novels. So the light novels were the Academy arcs. They were released after the anime to go along with the anime, but again, after. And a lot of the things from the light novels, especially the Academy arcs, well, they do talk about the school field trip, which is something that heavily pertains to the ideas that Kishimoto had, is the school field trip arc, because it involves the theme of, like, again, Sarada saving Boruto going off on his own. There's like a bunch of themes in there that you can tie into Boruto going to save somebody random, like he goes and does with Tento. It's the same thing where they kind of tie all of that in. But all the rest of the stuff in the light novels is hardly used ever in the manga anywhere. So I feel like that wasn't, because it was already, the manga was so far progressed by the time the anime came out and the story for the light novels came out, that the only thing that they really did was bring in Sumire and Ikemoto changed her personality completely to make her his own character instead of stealing Kodachi's Sumire, if that makes sense. Folks don't really get it, but if Boruto dies, then Naruto generally would have had a very terrible life. That's also true as well. So if Boruto dies at the end, then Naruto, the whole package of Naruto will end with Naruto's son dying. That's kind of really sad. I hope it ends with a nice reuniting moment for them, and Naruto can finally live a retired, happy life in peace. One person I wish was involved with the manga is Honda, because with Kodachi gone, his episodes do great fleshing things out, explaining Oga as the missing inner was genius. I also really like Kodachi's, like, the way he did the anime as well, like, incorporated things and elaborated on things from the anime, and I liked the way that the pacing was done in the manga as well when Kodachi was there, because the pacing now has just kind of gotten pretty bad in terms of, like, repeating things and everything like that. But I do think that the direction, I guess, Ikemoto is taking is something that I enjoy, and I really hope there's someone there to do the same thing with the anime where they flesh out things a little bit more. But there was a comment once that said, like, oh, now that Two Blue Vortex is so serious, we're gonna not have all this room to flesh things out, so they might just adapt it straight, which would be a little bit sad, but we'll see what happens. I believe the series would end with Omnipotence not being undone. However, the characters, villagers, and everyone would finally forgive Boruto or something. I also believe that. I think not because of all this mention to, like, hard work and proving himself, that Boruto in the end is going to prove himself instead of just having the easy way of Omnipotence completely done, and that'll be the kind of bittersweet ending. Because I do think Boruto deserves a bittersweet ending. I don't think it should be entirely, like, 100% sweet. But I also don't think it should be so bitter that he dies. Plus, Honda would have an idea on how to map out the anime ahead of time and the rest of the writing team, because some writers are better than others. Yeah, that's true as well. That's a good ending, similar to Naruto in the Pain arc. I mean, the sound effects that the Byakugan makes are inconsistent. That's true as well. Naruto or Sasuke, I don't know who that's in reference to. Maybe in the Pain arc. I think it might be something to, like, Superman in the Dark Side arc, where Darkseid had I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right or not, had the world under his mind control, and Superman did something so heroic that he broke the world's brainwashing. I think if somebody does something so heroic that they break the world's brainwashing, I think Sarada is kind of going to be the one that ends up doing something to alter everybody's mindset, because she's been the one that's been outwardly fighting this the whole time, and Boruto is like, him coming back was the thing that convinced everyone that Sarada was right that whole time. And I think her role in convincing everyone was really undermined, because the whole of Two Blue Vortex starts with her being upset about all this and complaining to Sumire, and Sumire just being like, oh yeah, it sucks, but there's nothing we can do. And Sarada being like, well, there's gotta be something. I want to do something. Like, I can't just sit here and do nothing. This is ridiculous. So I feel like if something is done, I hope that they would give that role to Sarada, because she has been fighting this whole time. But, yeah, it's also, she was also going around talking about, like, how Naruto wouldn't have taken this sitting down either. Like, why is everybody so resistant to this idea? now that Naruto's gone, she very much embodies the spirit of Naruto in her own way, I think. And I think that's something I really went over in the chapter 1 analysis as well. But yeah, in terms of Sarada, like, having that role in the end, I think Boruto needs to do the actions to fulfill that role. But I also think that there is a big chance that Boruto could mess everything up with Momoshiki. But Sarada's wanting to become Hokage would enable him to be pardoned of all his crimes, kind of like how when Naruto... I mean, Sasuke was forgiven before that, but when Naruto became Hokage, Sasuke was really, like, forgiven, and, like, people completely, moved on from all of whatever happened with him. I feel like it'll be kind of the same thing where when Sarada becomes Hokage, people will move on from whatever Boruto did in the past, and he'll be completely forgiven, and it'll come full circle, like a lot of Kishimoto's, like, thematic things. I think that might have been, the kind of plan that they outlined at the beginning almost, but it all depends on, what happens at the end. But that's just my personal take. Alright, I'm going to read through this now and make sure that it looks good. A broken future. Text at the top. Sarada faints. The Mamoshi plan. Mamoshi needs to be capitalized. Fails. The situation on the battlefield quickly does a 180. That's fine, I guess. The text behind Sarada. The heavy price to pay in order to protect something. We don't know what that something is. Maybe I should put a ... there, but we're going to leave that like that. It's fine. Sarada and Kawaki collapse. The plan is failing. In the face of 1,000 Mamoshis, what will Boruto and the others do? Huff, huff. Darn it. Big brother, chill, I just ran out of gas. Go worry about Sarada instead. Boruto-kun, what's Sarada's physical condition? Sarada versus Borushiki will move mountains. I also am very excited to see that. I hope it happens. I hope she doesn't get sidelined. Because I feel like if they bring... So, I have a theory. If Nue is brought into the manga, it's going to be to stop Borushiki from rampaging, because it can sap chakra. And that is one of the easiest ways to put Momoshiki down, is to sap all of Boruto's chakra. So, I feel like if Nue is brought into the manga, that role is completely going to be given to Sumire, and I'm going to be so sad, because, like, all of Sarada's build-up for this moment will have been completely destroyed. And I feel like that is a potential option that they could do, because it does work. But I'm really hoping that they don't do that, and if Nue is brought into the manga, it's brought into another way, or that Nue isn't brought into the manga at all. But that still is a possibility that could happen if something like that happens in the future. But anyway, I feel like the one to ultimately bring him back to his senses would still be Sarada. I just feel like it would be a joint effort, kind of like the whole Carp episode. I feel like the Carp episode ties into so much. My gosh. If you go back and rewatch the Carp episode, it's the Eternal Carp episode. Why does that foreshadow so much? And if you watch the anime openings as well, all of them kind of, like, foreshadow a moment in Two Blue Vortex already. There's, like... it's so interesting. I feel like how much the anime staff knew while Boruto was being created about Two Blue Vortex, that there are subtle hint drops in a lot of these random one-off episodes about, like, what's going to happen, because a lot of it can be predicted if you go back and watch, like, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, it's so interesting. But I hope the ultimate role of all this kind of thing is given to Sarada, because she's been built up this whole time, and it would feel like a major... Even though Sumire is becoming more popular, I feel like if she got that much of a role in the finale, it would be... it would disappoint a lot of Sarada fans in a big way, and I think there would be a lot of criticism surrounding that as well from the Western side, from the Western Borusawa fans especially, but I think the Japanese people would be more okay with it, because it is Ikemoto's manga, and in the end they accept that he can do whatever he wants and don't take it so seriously, but, like, I just fear the criticism if that happens. But anyway, they could have Sarada and Sumire work together. The Carp episode is so wholesome. Yeah, see, they probably would work together in that instance, but I feel like Ikemoto pits them against each other so much, and then he has that episode where they're running off into the sunset, where Sarada is constantly just trying to be accepting of Sumire, and Sumire is like, how dare you, like, Boruto-kun. which is kind of the vibe that's going on there, which is the Buriko vibe, is like this whole like underlying like, well, he's mine, so like don't touch him. But like Sarada is like completely oblivious to all that, and she's like, "Oh, my friend, let's resolve this, my friend. I am sorry I upset you, my friend." And Sumina's like, "Yeah, whatever." That's like the underlying of her tone in that chapter. My gosh, I wish I could go back and explain all that. But anyway, the foreshadowing was there. There's so many AMVs from that one episode. Yeah, no, it's crazy. But yeah, there's just a lot. There's a lot if you go back through that you can kind of see how it all connects, and it's really interesting. I want to do a reread of the manga and a rewatch of the anime, but I am doing this in school at the same time, so I really don't have time for all that. But there's so many things I want to do. Yeah. I have a theory. Sarada will be about to be killed by Borishiki, and in that moment, Sumire gets in the way and is killed instead of her, and that gives Sarada more determination to save Boruto. I also thought for a while that Sumire might die, because of the position she's been given. It would be more like, but I feel like that would be too Hinata-esque, where she dies and then Boruto snaps and then blah blah blah. Like, I don't want them to redo that. I don't want that to be what ends up happening, because I feel like if she dies, it won't be as much about, I mean, it'll probably be a lot about Sarada's reaction as well, but like, I also just don't want her to die. I feel like that would be kind of a waste of her character, because I feel like it could, if it's done well, and it's done in a way that Sumire basically like forfeits her feelings for Boruto for Sarada to be able to save him, and like she forfeits her life to save his life, but also for Sarada to be able to save him. If it's done that way, then it could work. But like, if it's done and she's like, "Because I love you, Boruto-kun," and it's like a freaking replication of Hinata, like, people already compare her to Hinata so much just because of the medicine thing, even though she's so different from Hinata when you like actually compare more than just the medicine thing. Like, when you compare her reaction to the hug, and when you compare her, the way she treats Sarada, and when you compare, like, all of this stuff is completely different from how Hinata and Sakura were. It's just, like, I don't want them to give the audience more to compare, I guess, if that makes sense. I'm pretty sure Ikimoto would most likely not downplay Sarada's importance and involvement in the story. I feel like he wouldn't either. But it is a little bit iffy because of all of the overseas fans as well pushing for certain things, and the Japanese fans now, especially with Sumina's involvement in Tuba Vortex, coming to like her character more. I feel like she will get more involvement, although I do think it was funny, the reaction that Ikimoto gave Boruto to Sumire being like, "You need to call me Sumire. Sumire te yonde." Oh my gosh, that was so funny. The sweat drop, the just complete taken aback. Like, he hasn't looked her in the eyes once in TPV, by the way. He's never looked her straight on. Like, he's never turned his head to look at her. He's always, like, side-eyeing her if he looks at her. And that moment, he was just, like, so stunned that he stared off into the distance and was like, "The heck?" But, yeah, no, he also always turns his head fully to look at Sarada, which is another subtle detail that is in the manga. So again, I think Ikimoto definitely is more supporting of Boruto and Sarada's relationship in terms of the development that he's given them as well, and he doesn't want to waste all that. But I do feel like he also is aware of the public's opinion, from the Kawaki flipping off Jura panel as well. I think that was like an FU to all of the Kawaki haters on the internet. But are we still live? I think so. Are we not? Sorry, haven't moved the screen in a while, but I think that she would likely sacrifice herself for Sarada and not Boruto, at least in my theory. I don't think Sumire likes Sarada enough to sacrifice herself for Sarada. That's just my personal opinion, but I don't think they're really friends. The whole underlying nuance thing there. I mean, like, obviously they exist. I feel like Sumire kind of tolerates Sarada, And Sarada's like, friend! And Sumina's just like, yeah, okay. Like, love rival. Like Juvia and Lucy, kind of. In that way where they're, like, supportive of, if you've ever seen Fairy Tail. But yeah. Work is starting soon for me, so I have to go. I got 30% of the absorption discourse script, but I posted the image of Boruto hand signs with the character on my post page. Oh, nice! I hope you have a good time at work. Sumida, that is... Hi, person. Boruto had no idea what was happening at that moment. Yeah, no, he did not. Happy work day. Also, I feel like if Boruto cared enough about Sumide as a friend, he would have said, thanks, Sumide, for the sword. And he never did. He never used her name. Like, he never used her name. He was just very awkwardly, like, kind of side-eyeing her that whole time, looking back and forth between her and the sword, like, thanks for fixing the sword. His vocab at that point as well was so short. It was like, nice. Cool. Great. Thanks. Like, he didn't even say thank you. Like, what the heck? Like, I feel like anime Boruto would have been like, oh, thanks, Sumida, this is great. And made sure to use her name, but manga Boruto was like, not having any of it. My gosh. I feel like we all need a yap sesh with you, honestly, just to talk about all this extra stuff. I know, right? I should do live streams after every chapter. And just talk about the chapter with people. Boruto is like Naruto in that regard. I'm scared of the... I feel like that's not even a Narutoism. Boruto is fully aware. Boruto is much more aware of romance than Naruto is. If you read the light novel or you've watched my light novel analysis, it's almost full-on clear that he has a crush on Sarada. Like, he is very self-aware of this fact. And, like, becomes aware of this fact through the course of the light novel, and stays aware of this fact throughout the entirety of the manga. Like, the way he treats her is so much more careful, but he can't say anything because of Momoshiki. Like, the second he gets Momoshiki, he's like, oh. And also because she wants to become Hokage, because Hokage is something that, like, the reason he was so butthurt about her becoming Hokage in the first place is because he didn't want her to leave him alone. Like, that's why he was upset, in my opinion, because otherwise, if she was just some random person trying to become Hokage, why would he be upset about that? Like, he has no reason to be upset about it, or say, like, make sure you stay single for life because the Hokage only hurts everyone close to them. Like, he wouldn't be upset about that if he wasn't close to her, if that makes sense. Anyway, whatever. Anyway, I feel like he's now aware of Sumide's feelings and is like, and Sarada's just completely oblivious to the whole situation in general because she's oblivious and doesn't even recognize her own feelings, so how the heck would she understand Boruto's? But, you know, I'm scared the ending will be Momoshiki and Boruto becomes friends, and Boruto leaves the village to go on space adventure to protect the village from space. You know, I could see that happening. I think I theorized about that at one point, where Boruto was, like, had to be an envoy for the Otsuki and go to the moon all the time and stuff. But I don't know if they'll become friends, per se, but I think he'll end up being the Earth's protector, kind of in that way, from the space invaders of the Otsuki. Because I don't think Kawaki is going to establish his goal of eradicating all the Otsuki, since Kishimoto made it seem like in the Boruto novel that there was more to the Otsuki universe than just Momoshiki and Kinshiki and Kaguya. He made it seem like there was a whole, like, clans of Otsuki out there, and Kawaki isn't going to be able to destroy all those on his own. So there's just going to be more that come looking for wherever Momoshiki and Kinshiki went, just like Momoshiki and Kinshiki came after Kaguya and Nishiki disappeared. Like, anyway, yeah. Yeah, Tsutsumine Sarada is just unavailable? Unavailable. I guess, yeah. That's crazy. You have a nice voice, by the way. Thank you. Hey, Bolt's joined in late. The live will stay as a video, so yes, you can watch it later. I think the moment felt awkward for Boruto, kind of like, where is this coming from? Yeah, I agree. His face in that moment was very like, the heck? I'm just curious, how would Sumire will pivot her attention to Kawaki in the end? Do you think it'll happen naturally after Boruto rejects her? That's usually what happens. So, in shoujo manga, I'm about to go on a shoujo rant here. Gosh, I feel so bad for my poor neighbors. I also haven't eaten dinner yet. Let me pause and eat a granola bar before I go on this rant, because it's going to be a long rant. All I've had to eat today is stir-fried. I also thought maybe he thanked her at the end of that moment. Did you eat dinner? Yeah. I don't feed myself. All I've had to eat today are a couple grapes, half a bowl of stir fry that I had left over, thankfully, and now this granola bar. And I had a cup of tea. So that was nice. Sorry for talking with my mouth full. Who are you and why are you talking at me? Sorry. I'm checking Twitter notifications. What are you? I feel like maybe after I sent in that freaking huge Q&A, like with the 500 something questions, they felt the need to make... I was back in October. Maybe they felt the need to make the Boruto data book to answer all the foreigners' questions that they had. It'll be typeset soon. Okay. I finished eating my granola bar. Or at least I finished putting the whole thing in my mouth. Where the heck did my water bottle go? Well, I cleaned my room yesterday, kind of. And when I do that, I can't find anything. Within 5-ish hours. Hopefully. They'll have an English translation in about 5 hours. Maybe. Alright. Haha. Okay. My rant. So, in shoujo manga, the way shoujo manga typically works is you have 2 girls and 2 guys. And there's a main girl and a main guy and a side chick and a side guy. And the side guy usually ends up... Okay, I have to restart. Hold on. The girl and the main girl and the main guy start together at the beginning. They're introduced together. And you see there's like these sparks of romance between them. So there'll be some sort of like scene, like borderline romantic scene where they don't confess their feelings or anything, or don't figure out their feelings, but they'll be like, you'll know that there is potential for feelings to be there. And that'll be the start of the shoujo manga, right? And then girl number 2 comes in, and girl number 2 is all like, well, I like this guy, and I'm falling for him now because I think that he's cool. And she'll have some like really shallow connection where girl number 1 will have some sort of like past with him, whether it was like they went to elementary school together, they had this one moment like where they connected briefly in like the rain or something, and they took shelter from the rain together. They'll have some sort of flashback scene, right, to their some sort of past that they have. And this new girl is just coming. She'll usually be at school with them. She's usually new to the class, and she's like, oh, hello, I exist here, I'm so sweet, blah blah blah, and she befriends the main character, and then she falls for the guy. And so they're pitted against each other. There's this love triangle going on for the entire manga until the slow to realize her feelings girl finally ends up being like, oh, I have decided that I realize, that I understand that this person means so much to me, that there was actually romantic feelings, and I do like him. And then she's like, I have to hide my feelings now because, I don't want to hurt the other girl. And the other girl is like, oh, I'm gonna go for him. And then, she confesses, and then the guy is like, oh, sorry, I don't like you. And then she's like, oh, no, I am not liked. Meanwhile, guy number 2, who has been secretly by guy number 1's side this entire time and kind of, like, developing along with him and being in the main group with the other 2 girls, is like, comes and is like, oh, girl number 2, you got rejected, huh? And she's like, yeah, I'm so sad. And then he's like, oh, well, actually, I've liked you for a while. And then it's like, oh, they get together. And then guy number 1 and girl number 1 get together. So that is the trope that Ikemoto is using. That is literally the trope. I kid you not. This happens in so many freaking shoujo manga. Like, older shoujo manga especially. This is just what happens? This is the plot of almost every single shoujo manga. That's why as soon as I saw it pop up in Boruto, I was like, oh, hey, cool, they're using the shoujo trope. And then everybody was like, oh, I have no idea what's going to happen. I was like, how can you not know what's going to happen? This is the most generic shoujo trope that exists within shoujo. Anyway. Yeah. So, there's my rant. Haha, what do you think the chances that Momo takes residence in code? That's interesting. I always thought about Boruto implanting his karma onto someone else, but I think this is what I think Sumire's final role in the manga is going to be. I think Sumire's final role in the manga is going to be to figure out how to get rid of Boruto's karma for him. And that's what's going to be, like, because she's involved with the science side of things, right? So she has the ability to do that. And I think she's going to figure out what to do with his karma, first of all, and figure out either how to get Momoshiki out of him, or, like, oh, there's all this stuff that she could do concerning that side of things, and I really think that's going to be where her final role lies. And in doing so, she is going to enable Boruto to confess his feelings for Sarada, because he doesn't have Momoshiki anymore, which I think is going to be really funny. But a lot of the things that Sumire does ends up pushing them closer together, which is another part of the trope. Is her antagonizing Sarada's feelings, but also doing things that make Boruto realize that he likes Sarada. And that's what happens in a lot of Japanese fan comics as well. If you can read them about the end, Hachimitsu janakute, lemon soda dattandake, lemon nantaka. Anyway, there was a girl that, recently just posted a fan comic that I was reading on X, and I was commenting on that, so you should be able to find it on my profile somewhere. And that was basically this whole trope where Sumire was like, I'm gonna go confess my feelings to Boruto-kun, and then Sarada was like, oh, good luck, and then she starts, like, crying, and she's like, I don't want to be a bad friend, but what do I do? This feeling sucks. And she's like, I can't say anything because, you know, like, oh, they look so good. She's, like, watching this happen, and she's from far away, and she's like, they look good together. I can't, like, interfere. I'm gonna be Hokage anyway, like, blah, blah, blah. And as she's confessing, Boruto's like, oh, the person I want to be with for the rest of my life, because he's like, why do you like me? And Sumire's like, oh, I just want to be with you, blah, blah, blah. And Boruto's thinking, like, the person I want to be with for the rest of my life, and then Sarada's face flashes into his mind, and he's like, sorry, Sumire, I have to go. And then he goes to Sarada, who's crying, and he's like, why are you crying? Anyway, it's a really cute little comic, but eventually he's like, he eventually says, like, because, that's another rant, oh my gosh, but in Japan they don't confess, like, I like you all the time. Other lines that they can use are confessions are, I want to stay with you forever, or I want to be with you forever, or, like, and also, I promise I'll always protect you. Those are the two confession lines, and that's basically what Boruto implied with his ninja way of, I'll be your right-hand man when you grow up, and, like, work with you in your job, and also protect you, like... It was so romance-coded, and everyone didn't get it in the West, and it's fine, but that's just how it is. Okay, I'm gonna stop ranting now about that. It would be strange, it's like 9 p.m., isn't it? Yes, it is 9 p.m. currently in Japan. Woohoo! I did not eat until 9 p.m. And I didn't really sleep last night either, because I kept on waking up to check for Raws, even though I knew they were gonna come, like, at 9 or 10 my time. I just... couldn't sleep, and I kept having nightmares too, so that was nice. It would be strange if Boruto didn't thank her. I agree. I feel like it would be strange, but I also feel like it wouldn't be out of character for him now that he, like, kind of is, like, ishiki shiteru. I don't know what that is in English, like, aware of her, I guess, in that way. Make sure to eat well and stay hydrated, please. Yeah, that's why I have on my profile, remind me to eat and drink, because I just don't. I hope you're not all work and don't pay attention to small things like remembering to eat. Oh no, that's definitely me. That's very much me. I'm currently suffering from that negligence now, and it's not a good feeling. Yeah, no, I should probably honestly go cook food while I talk to you guys. Please find some sort of system to balance things out. I found a system to balance myself. Right now, I only have school on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Tuesday, Thursdays are cooking days. Cooking and laundry and cleaning days, because I can't handle all that at once right now, because I just got out of being majorly sick. And having to live on my own and take care of myself is also an issue, to the point where I was just like, my neighbors are awake, and home, and probably upset that I'm talking so loud. My biggest doubt is how tall Boruto is. Will he be 166 like his father at the same age? Boruto's gotta be way taller than 166 centimeters. I'm 170, so I'm already taller than Naruto at that age. But, I mean, I'm tall for a girl as well, but like, I'm not like that tall. I'm 5'7" in American units for anybody who's curious. But like, 5'7" is 170 centimeters, and Sarada was already like 150 something. And but when she was a kid, she's gotten a little taller, definitely. And Boruto towers over her, so like, he's gotta be 180 at least. Is it just me, or I feel like it's quite common for the main guy to pick the new girl rather than the girl he has history with? That is not true for older shoujo. In newer shoujo, that's becoming more of the case, especially in harem anime. That's the case, but this is not that. Usually, especially in stuff that Ikemoto would have grown up with, that was the trope, and he's very much pulling from the trope in every single instance that he uses romance in. He pulls from this trope, so I'm very, very confident that this is the trope. And I feel like the whole ending up with a new girl thing is something that came more about in the later 2000s, or the 2010s. I mean, so like early, like maybe 2013 going onward, that new idea kind of came about. But everything from like the 90s up until the early 2000s, up until like the later like 2008, 2009, is all the trope that I just explained. And that's what Ikemoto would have been familiar with, especially when he's pulling from something like Dragon Ball. So he's probably pulling from the greats of Ribbon and Hanato Yome as well. So like Konomo Moja, or like freaking, what is it called? Aoharaido is another huge one that uses that trope, and it's like the biggest shoujo manga of all time. Anyway, it's what you're describing is what's happening in Dandadan. Exactly, yeah. A lot of famous manga pull from this, and that's one of the reasons why I liked Dandadan at first, and then I kind of dropped it after I was just reading the manga. But that's one of the reasons why I really liked Dandadan, and then I dropped it, was because they brought in all this harem energy and all this other stuff with, like, to extend the plot, with Okaryan being like, oh, I don't know, and there's multiple people falling for me, and blah blah blah, and just being dumb, and it was just like, but usually in shoujo manga that doesn't happen. The guy secretly has feelings for the main girl the whole time and just has to hide them for some reason, which Boruto has that reason, which would be Momoshiki, and yeah. But usually the really annoying thing about that trope is usually the girl number 2 will be like super like, I like him, so stay out of the way. Just like very like fake and catty and annoying, and just like guilt tripping the guy kind of into getting with her. And Sumire doesn't do that, thankfully. She's just, and Sarada doesn't have the personality to like take that sitting down as well. So she's more just like stating her feelings up front, and then Sarada responds to that, and apologizes for, not coming to this realization sooner. Like, she's very mature in the way she handles all this stuff, where Sumire is a little bit more childish and like, you hugged him in front of me. How could you not think of my feelings? How could you not think of his feelings? And it's like, girl, she's been thinking of his feelings the whole time. That's why she said the line at the beginning about, like, from my experience, Boruto does this. I want to help him because he always does this. There is a pattern of him doing this. And so Sumire is like, how could you know that? And it's like, because I'm his childhood friend, you dum-dum. But she doesn't say that. It's just me screaming behind the screen, but that's fine. Anyway, adult Naruto is 1.80, so my theory is that Boruto will be 1.81 or 1.83. And do you think Boruto will get part 3 manga like Naruto did the last movie? I think there will be, especially if Boruto is popular and does have a popular ending, that there might be a movie for Boruto, especially if Taboo Vortex goes well. The only manga I'm reading is Boruto and another light novel that's completely different, so I'm not familiar with other tropes, so it's funny to hear about. Yeah, no, I've literally... So, I don't know how much manga I read, because my list got deleted, but I'm assuming it was hundreds. It had to have been in the hundreds. And of the hundreds of manga that I read, I would say a good 75 to 80% of them use that trope. The romance manga and romance shows. The newer ones don't use that trope. Again, like anything from like 2016 beyond probably wouldn't use it, because it's becoming more popular for people to like, for especially guys to decide, who they want based on, it's becoming more popular for guys to choose the new burikko person, which is why I feel like Boruto technically
there are a lot of people that can argue Boruto could go either way, but the way that Ikemoto is writing the manga, again, is very much rooted in those older shoujo tropes, and I feel like Ikemoto is an older soul as well. Even though he does use current slang, I feel like the way he writes is more stylized towards, like, 90s era manga, which is why I like it so much, because, like Boruto so much, because I really like 90s and early 2000s manga and anime as well. Like, that's my niche of being interested in anime and manga. That's the majority of what I watch, and I can't really relate to a lot of the newer stuff, so I don't watch it as much, but anyway. Sumire resolving Boruto's karma is a very good role for her. I agree. Yeah. I mean, I already talked about that, so I'm just gonna move on. But something tells me that Boruto will be the first to confess to Sarada. I also think that... okay. I think Sarada is going to be the first to confess to Boruto, but I think Boruto was definitely the first to realize he had feelings for her. But Boruto can't confess right now, because confessing would only put her in danger, because he has karma still. He has Momoshiki still. He was starving himself and suicidal in the manga, or in the anime, because Mitsuki also specifically said to Sarada that he doesn't want to hurt you or anyone else. He specifically went out of his way to use you, which doesn't have to happen in Japanese. So after the Boro incident, he became very scared, and in the anime as well, started putting Kawaki in between him and Sarada. If you look at their positionings, I pay attention to the stupidest details, but if you look to their positionings, Kawaki is usually in between Boruto and Sarada until the Funato arc, when he tries to sacrifice himself and Sarada hugs him. Then he, like, stands next to her again, and is, like, okay with her again. But that's also the point where, like, because all this stuff was happening, they had to elaborate on all this stuff in the anime as well. Where the anime started straying from a path that the manga couldn't follow down, and they had to pause it. But again, because there's this source of tension of Momoshiki, he can't do anything until Momoshiki is either completely suppressed or handled in some way that makes it so he won't, like, rampage. And right now, Boruto's thoughts of, I'm going to give my body to you once Jura is defeated. Like, in order to defeat Jura, you can have it. That's very much, like, he is not gearing up for any sort of confession at all. He's gearing up to die. And I think Sarada's going to have to stop that by confessing to him. So, the fandom would go nuts. Yeah, I'd love to go into the extent of Sumire's feelings for Boruto. So in Light Novel 3, you see a lot more of that and how they all develop, and Light Novel 3 is so interesting for Sumire's character, but then the manga expounded on none of that. Like, the manga expounded on almost everything from the movie novel in terms of Boruto and Sarada, and then it took nothing from Light Novel 3 with Sumire, and Sumire had such a great backstory, and they could have used so much for her. But like Mitsuki was also really developed in Light Novel 3 as well, with the whole divine your parent authority role thing. When you read Light Novel 3, it's so interesting. But it just wasn't used in the manga at all. Hardly, none of Sumire's coming of character moments, all of those were completely erased in the manga almost, because of the type of character Ikemoto made her into, which is why I think anime Sumire is so much more interesting, than manga Sumire. And manga Sumire feels more like a plot device, because anime Sumire was so well written in Light Novel 3 and well fleshed out. And then Kodachi continued that in the anime, whereas Ikemoto just, kind of sidelined that in the manga, because it almost feels like he doesn't want her there. And I feel bad for her in that sense, because I think she was such a good character, and she had so much potential, which is kind of being elaborated on in the anime, but again, in the manga, it's just, she feels used as a plot device, and that makes me feel bad for her, because I don't hate Sumire as a character, like everybody assumes, for whatever reason. But yeah, her feelings for Boruto very much mirror, the reasons that Kawaki came to love and appreciate Naruto as well. And I think that's another part of the reason why so many people in Japan ship Sumire with Kawaki instead, because they see that Boruto was set up to be with Sarada, and they've had all this development throughout the manga and all this other stuff, whereas Sumire has been slowly having this development behind the scenes with Kawaki's side of things, or she sees his side of things and gets his side of things more, and they want Kawaki to end up with someone. So in the end, instead of having Ada, who is a little bit more, she's a little bit more, she seems like the type of character, especially when she said, "I wouldn't mind being killed by you two." That was a huge death flag for her. So I don't know if she's going to survive to the end of Two Blue Vortex as well. But that's something else for a different time. Do you think there will be a moment where someone confesses and the other says, "We don't have time for romance, the world is in danger"? I think if Sumire confesses at the wrong time, that will definitely happen, because she's been... Part of what Sumire has been doing in the manga is bringing up romance in times where romance is not appropriate to be brought up and feeling bad for it. Or getting jealous in situations that would hurt Boruto. Like, there's all these kinds of things going on behind the scenes. And I feel like if that does happen, it would be with her confession. I'm 192 centimeters. I'm a freakish tall clown, man. Nah, it's fine. 192, man, there's some people that are over 2. I have a friend that's over 2 meters, so 200 cm is 超えてる kara. I think it's fine. I wish I were that tall. Dang, yeah. I mean, that's tall. You know, being a sweaty tall cloud man is not desirable. Existential dread for days. I mean, it depends on the person. I feel like people who are short are upset they're short. People who are tall are upset they're tall. People who are average height are upset they're average height. I think everybody's upset with what they have when they compare themselves to others. But you should be confident with what you have. Yeah, it's definitely a newer thing, and I hate it so much. Like, I'm wired to prefer the girl he has a history with over the girl who just decided she was in love one day. Yeah, like, there was one harem anime I was watching, I don't remember what it was called, but it was like the freaking, oh my gosh, I don't, it was, there was this girl, and she was a childhood friend, and she was like, she always said, like, "Eikun, aishiteru," which is like, "Eikun, I love you," and, had feelings for him since the time she was a kid. He decided that he was gonna become a doctor for her, and, like, that was his future goal because she was sick, and whatever, and this random girl just came in, he got all this harem all at once one day, and he decided, like, "I'm gonna end up with this random chick," and I was like, "No! What's wrong with you?" Anyway, I don't think Boruto is that tall yet, but in the future probably. I would say he's 170. There's no way that guy is as tall as me. Like, only my height. That would just be sad. He's got to be taller than that. Being tall isn't all it's cracked up to be. I hate having to duck when I walk in through a doorway, basement, or decorated room. Yeah, I mean, like... Oh, why did you retract your messages, man? Especially in Japan, I feel like being tall is a very much a disadvantage kind of thing, because the train doors, like, even I hit my head on, like, not the train doors, but, like, the handles and stuff are about my head height. So, like, I'm constantly bumping my head into things, and the door frames and everything like that, they feel shorter, the ceilings feel shorter, and I see people, like, craning, especially foreigners, like, craning their neck to the side whenever they're standing on the train sometimes, or, like, because there's like a bar in the way or whatever. It's got to be tough. I only read Boruto in One Piece. Yeah, I think Anime Explained was talking to me about this too. How or Naruto Explained how, like, Boruto and Naruto are a lot of, like, a gateway manga to a lot of people and a gateway anime. So there's a lot of people that don't know, like, tropes and history and all that kind of stuff. And surrounding anime and manga, so people who are in the older gen kind of have to explain themselves multiple times of anime watchers, older gen of anime watchers, in order for people who are newer to understand the perspective that we have, instead of, because I kept on, I was talking one day about how frustrating it was that no one seemed to get it, and he was like, it's because people are so new to anime, or have only, this is their first or second anime, or maybe their third, or whatever, and they've only watched Naruto before this, so they only have Naruto to compare it to, in terms of, instead of having this broader lens of Ikemoto being a completely different mangaka and being able to make his own decisions, like, separate from how Kishimoto did things, and how Kishimoto's views might have changed as he was writing Naruto, you know, with the times as well, the times being changing, all that kind of stuff. Like, I guess he highlighted on the importance of how important it was for me to be able to explain that kind of thing to people, and now I'm less, like, not understanding why people just don't get it, and more like, okay, so I just have to explain this, because at the beginning, I wasn't in fandoms at all. I was just enjoying anime to enjoy it, and so I had watched a ton. And the second I got into fandoms, it stopped being about enjoyment, about me having to explain. So I feel like I took on that role, and I've been watching a lot more Korean drama now instead of anime, because I just can't really enjoy anime the same anymore, because I'm constantly like, oh, this is something that the Western people would misunderstand. Let me go on a full ramble about this in my head.
And then I'm like, why did I do this? This is something I'm supposed to be sitting down and enjoying. And also, like, the other thing is, I've watched so much now where it's to the point where I can look at a cover and tell you what the anime is going to be about. It's so bad. My older sister, who hasn't watched quite as much, will recommend me shows. And I'll be like, I'm gonna tell you the plot of this anime right now. She's like, stop! You're gonna spoil it for me. I am a kind of a fan. You pay attention to stupid details. I do this for satire. I do enjoy paying attention to stupid details, but I feel like the Buriko characters are really annoying personally. Wouldn't you want the person you love to love you for you rather than all the fake bullcrap? Yeah. I also don't like Buriko characters. I had a roommate that was Buriko, and she was really, really annoying. I also have a family member who is Buriko, and they drive me literally freaking insane. Especially when it comes to her flirting with the guys that I like. I'm like, why do you do this? This sucks. Anyway, yeah, no, I have a little bit of trauma surrounding Buriko, so I don't really like them. But a lot of people do find them to be cute. I don't know if it's because I'm a guy, but I can't sit through one episode of a harem anime. Okay, so I have to explain this story now. One of my first anime was a harem anime. It was La Corda d'Oro, for any of you guys that don't know what that is. It's an anime about a girl who gets a violin, and she gets this magic fairy that allows her to play the violin and go to this music high school with all these other music students, and all the music students are guys that have a crush on her because she can play the violin so beautifully, but it's all fake. Because she can't actually play the violin because she's using this fairy. So... But anyway, it was so funny. And because as a kid I just didn't understand, like, why all of these guys just liked her so much. And, like, I was just like, man, she's really, really popular even though she's faking it. Like, she's gonna have to come clean one day. But, yeah, it's... because I started kind of with that, my older sister also loves harem anime, but because I started with that view, I think they're funny and I laugh at them now, but taking one seriously, I could never take one seriously. I mean, Sword Art is also a harem anime, but like anybody besides Asuna, I just can't take seriously. Like, freaking Silica is the lolly of the group, but she's like 12. I don't know. Anyway, ain't no way Boruto's shorter than me. I'm a female 176. Yeah, exactly. So I feel like I'm also a female 170, so there's no way Boruto's shorter than me. But I prefer direct love stories like Kaguya-sama. Kaguya-sama was really good, except for the freaking OVA. My gosh, it was like a freaking hentai. Oh my gosh. Anyway, Kaguya-sama was good though. I really enjoyed the first season especially, and then I binged the manga up until the point where she actually confessed, and then I stopped. But that was a really good one. I also like Princess Tutu is one of my favorites, but that's got more of the triangle thing going on, but it's also got a lot of tension and a lot of really good story writing going on in it. But yeah, some of my favorite, the Lovely Complex, things that are based in Osaka are a lot more direct. So, Lovely Complex, oh gosh, what else? I can't think off the top of my head. What anime did I watch with people with Kansai then? Kodomo no Mocha. Although Kodomo no Mocha also has some of that, like, that triangle-y stuff. It's the same, like, plot that I was just describing earlier about the shoujo tropes. Same with, like, Yumeiro Patissier, I really liked, but it doesn't have because that one also doesn't have a girl number 2, it's just one girl. No, it does have Ojo, but Ojo is, like, completely fake Buriko, and everybody hates her. She's one of the characters. She's interesting. Being tall is less the issue, it's the sweat and grease paint. I don't know, man. I don't know what that is, but sweat sounds like having difficulties, or being, how do I describe? I guess it's like if you sweat through your shirt, that's like embarrassing. That would be sad. And it's difficult to deal with that because there's not really anything you can do to stop it either. So that sucks. But exactly, I feel like I could guess the plot of almost every anime that comes out every Bro, so many isekai. My older sister likes harem and isekai, and that's the two genres that I just look at the cover and I'm like, alright, here's the plot. My little sister has a little bit better taste.
Oh, the quintessential quintuplets, I think, is what it is. But yeah, I'm always right on like, yeah, dude, no, it's so funny. When I watch anime with my older sister, I'm like, alright, I'm gonna tell you the plot, and then everything is gonna come true, and I'm gonna tell you as we were watching, like, what is about to happen in the next episode. I'm gonna summarize the next episode for you, and she's like, stop! Oh, heck no, man, main character syndrome from the family member. Yeah, no, literally, I feel like ever since I've been in kindergarten, this is not a joke, I've always had 2 guy friends, and it's a love triangle. It ends up being a love triangle, because I like the one that doesn't like me back, and the one that likes me, I don't like. And then my cousin will come, and she'll flirt with the one that I like, and the one that I like is like, ooh, she's cute. And I'm like, why? Why is my life the way it is? And then I go cry, and then my cousin leaves, and then the guy's like, oh, well, I was just calling her cute to make you jealous. And I'm like, what the heck, man? That's not nice. And then I'm like, well, I can't date you anyway because I'm too young, so fare thee well. And then the one that I actually dated was kind of terrible and traumatized me, so I didn't want to be in a relationship after that. And then the thing with my cousin happened freaking again, and this time it was even worse. So I was just like, you know what? I give up. I'm done. No more. I'm going to stay in my hobbit hole of a house and not interact socially with anybody anymore. And that's the story of my romance life. I'm one of them. I just read Boruto manga when chapter 79 released. I got spoiled with that crazy plot twist. Dang! I'm an anime watcher. Yeah, animes. I feel like a lot of Westerners are more anime watchers than manga readers, but I feel like I'm a good mix of both because I pirate things. Haha. Bakuman! Yeah, that was a great one for romance. But it sags a bit towards the end. I'd only read the manga, so I don't know. But, I really liked the romance in Bakuman. I thought it was really good. And I loved Bakuman as a concept in general. I think I've been meaning to watch the quintessential quintuplets. I think that's the 5 twin girls. But, that I feel like a lot of people have recommended to me, and I just haven't gotten into it because there's 5 of them, and I was just like, eh. I also tried to, but at first I thought you were gonna say the Twin Princesses of the Mysterious Star, and I got so excited because it's such a niche anime. Anyway, I can't stand the fact that everywhere single romance anime has it has to end right after the confession. Come on, I want to see them dating and getting married. Yeah, that's very Japanese. Japanese people don't like to pry into other people's dating lives, like the dating. Okay, so one anime that does go into the dating is Horimiya, if you've ever seen that. That's a really good one that actually follows it up. Yumiya Iro Patishier also has, not only does it have an anime that follows it up, but it also has 2 extra volumes of manga that are not available in English anywhere, but I have them, so if you want them, I can translate them for you, haha. That go into like their wedding. So it describes the whole thing. I feel like a lot of manga goes way farther than there's a lot of manga specials and things that go farther than the anime does, because the anime often stops just at a confession, and the manga will get that one extra chapter where they're married or like something like that. I feel like, what else has it? Goksen has it. Goksen is really popular in Japan, but not so much in America. Where they go into like, they don't go into I guess it does end with a confession, but they're adults at that point, because it goes through the whole manga and then it has an extra volume where they become adults. Sorry, my jokes fail. No, I'm sorry for not getting them. I actually have autism, so I take everything very literally, so if you make a joke, you might have to explain it to me. Have I read Oyasumi Punpun? I have not read Oyasumi Punpun. I've heard it's very traumatizing, and I don't like traumatizing anime. That's one of the reasons I wasn't that big a fan of JJK or Attack on Titan or any of that stuff. But I also tried Watamore. Somebody recommended me, and I was like, what is this? Or freaking somebody. Oh my gosh, I don't know if this is still going around the internet over there, but Boku no Pico? Oh my freaking gosh. I never watched it, but like, why? What? Oh, thank you for whoever just subscribed. Toriuka arigato. That's what happens when you subscribe. There's like a little Boruto that pops up. Anyway.
let's see. The best isekai is The Eminence in Shadow and Mushoku Tensei. I agree with Mushoku Tensei. I've never seen Eminence in Shadow though. I'll have to watch it. I feel like I watched a lot of isekai that are the same, but I really liked, what is it? The guy who destroys everything. I don't remember what it's called. And the other isekai that I really like is Who Made Me a Princess. That one just came out recently. It's really good. But that's more of a romance than a traditional isekai. I also like Konosuba. Konosuba is funny. But I do like Mushoku Tensei. I'll have to watch Eminence in Shadow. I also really liked what's it called? The one with the guy and he's like a skeleton and there's a chick with big boobs, and I'm describing every single generic romance, I mean isekai anime ever, but those are webtoons. What is it called? The Unwanted Immortal Adventure, that's what it is. Nozomanu Fushi no Bokensha. There's something I want to ask, but I'm wondering if I should just save it for we're in the yap session now, man. Just ask. It's fine. Ask away. Clanad also gets into marriage. It hurts your soul forever. I've been meaning to watch Clanad. I haven't watched Clanad yet because I heard it's painful, and I've been saving it for a time when I want a painful anime, and right now I'm just into, like, lighthearted K-drama vibes. I'm watching, like, this one about a family right now, but, like, I like My Happy Marriage light novel, but haven't kept up recently. It's really cute, and the newer volumes are nice too. Oh, that's cool. I haven't read that one. Food Wars! My gosh, Food Wars. Oh, Food Wars. Oh, I have an experience to share about Food Wars. I knew what Food Wars was. My friend did not. I was going to an event where Food Wars, Hachimitsu Lemon Soda, and one other anime, I don't remember which anime it was, were being shown, like, on a screen. And you were sitting and listening to the mangaka talk about their manga, and the editor was there as well. So I was really excited to go to this event, and they were like, Utena, Revolutionary Girl Utena, that was the other one. They were like, oh, I love Utena, and I was like, oh, let's go to this event together. And I had seen all three, but she had only seen Utena, and I forgot to warn her about what Food Wars was. Because we went to this event, and she's like, nani kore? Kore, hentai jan! I was like, yeah, ごめん。忘れちゃった. Freaking Food Wars, man. I forgot to tell you it was a hentai. It's just like the food looks so good. I want to make the food, but like they don't need it. Japan always goes overboard with reactions to food. If you've seen even like not in Yume Potashi, but Yakitate Japan is another baking one. It's like I don't know what it's called in English. Bake It Japan, maybe? I don't know. Because it's a pun. Pun is bread, but sorry, I don't need to explain that pun right now. Why was I going on this ramble? Because somebody brought up Food Wars. Yeah, okay. Anyway, yeah, no, they should have a wedding. You need to watch Cyberpunk. I also need to watch Cyberpunk. It's a happy romance. I feel like that is a lie. I have been meaning to watch Cyberpunk though. It would have been beautiful if Sarada had woken up in Boruto's arms, but it didn't happen. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we got enough with him caressing her face, essentially. Like, bro, I did not think that was gonna happen at all. That right there is, like, very much proof that Boruto likes her, because he would not have done that if it was anybody other than Sarada. Like, he wouldn't have done that to a guy. He just wouldn't have done it to somebody that wasn't Sarada. Anyway, I was not expecting Ikimoto to draw that detail. I was just like, this is never gonna happen. And then he did, and I was like, what the heck? What the actual heck? Like, it's in here. Anyway, that's a total romance trope as well, by the way. That I was like, oh, if it was a romance anime, this would happen, but it's not gonna happen, and then it did, and I was just like, whoa. Anyway. The Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime is one of the best light novels I've ever read, and also my favorite isekai. I tried to get into The Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime, and I got like 10 episodes through, and I just gave up because I got bored, man. I don't know what it was. I couldn't stay awake. Like, it was one of those anime that put me to sleep. I cannot get into isekai beyond Konosuba. Oh, Overlord was good. I saw that too. Yeah, Konosuba. Konosuba was one of my more earlier experiences with isekai, and I think it was really funny because I just loved
Megumin started shouting, Explosion! It was great. And freaking darkness, man. She's like, I will be the shield, except I don't want armor. Well, why don't you want armor? Because... It's like, oh my gosh. And the steel scene, there were so many memes around that for forever. Overlord. Yeah. Rurouni Kenshin. I actually have watched Rurouni Kenshin, and I have a card of, you know how, well, you probably don't. Maybe I'll put a picture of it later. But, there's cards that are these, like, white cards, and they're signed by the authors. And I have one for Boruto, and I have one for Rurouni Kenshin, but it's mass-produced, so it's not anything special. It's just got the author's signature on it, but, like, again, it's mass-produced, so it's not, like, hand-signed or anything like that, but I did. I enjoyed Rurouni Kenshin, but I feel like that's a stereotypical, like, many Japanese people enjoy that anime, so... I wish Hitman Reborn would come back. That series never got a proper ending. It didn't? I started Hitman Reborn, but I didn't know it never finished. It comes on TV all the time. I saw a Japanese artist who was drawing Naruto X Boruto. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me, man. Japanese people are wild. Right, so I'm not sure if it's just me, and I'm not trying to be one of those ones, but I found myself comparing it how Boruto and saved and tended to Hima in chapter 10 versus Sarada in last chapter. Like, Hima was in mortal danger and Sarada was just unconscious. I'm trying to be rational, but I feel like I'm being delulu. No, definitely not. I did not read Oyasumi Pum Pum, by the way. But, no, it's very different, and I feel like people try to pull back so much because of how Naruto and Sakura were in their analysis of it, but it's very much there. Like, it's very much so much more than Naruto and Sakura was, because Naruto and Sakura liked Sasuke the whole time, but Sarada likes Boruto. Like, there is such a big difference there. There is such a huge... Because girls are the ones that are allowed to be touchy, and guys are the ones that kind of have to be standoffish. Boruto is very touchy with Sarada, and Sarada is very touchy with Boruto, and there is nobody else that they're touchy with. Like, I mean, Sarada is touchy in general with, like, going and hugging Ada and all that stuff, but the way she hugged Boruto was completely different, and the feelings she had after she hugged Boruto were completely different. So, like, Boruto scooped up Himawari and zoomed to save Sarada, and then looked at Sarada. He also looked back at Jura while scooping Himawari, and looked at Sarada the entire time. Like, the ways that they were saved are completely different. Completely different. And I feel like people are like, oh, Boruto cares so much about Himawari, and it's like, he cares about Himawari, no doubt. No doubt in my mind. 100% he does. He makes facial expressions for her, but if you compare those to the facial expressions he makes for Sarada, there's so much more exaggerated in emotion for the facial expressions that he makes for Sarada, because he knows Himawari doesn't know who he is and thinks he's Kawaki, but Sarada actually knows who he is, so he lets himself be himself in front of her. And that's, like, part of the underlying emotional nuance of why Ikemoto draws those expressions so often, and draws him reacting in that way, and puts them in these situations, is so he can show that off. And people are just ignoring it because they're like, oh, I don't know. And it's like, why don't you know? When he's trying to make it blatantly obvious and shove it in your face. Anyway, yeah, if Sarada should wake up in Boruto's hand, she's gonna feel so awkward. Oh my gosh, she would be blushing like heck. She would be like, what? What is going on? But no, I did not read Oyasumi Pum Pum, or Goodnight Pum Pum. How come Boruto doesn't seem as fond of Himawari in TVV? It's kind of strange. Because he's trying to put that distance in between him and her, because she doesn't know who he is. He doesn't want to freak her out and be all brotherly towards her when she thinks that he's cocky. He doesn't want to, like, impose that on her, I guess, if that makes sense. So he's been doing this thing where he watches her from the shadows and just shown reacting from her name and, like, watches her train on the rooftop and all that kind of stuff. But he can't be the doting big brother that he was before because she doesn't know who he is. So he's just being cautious, like how he is with saying his parents' names in front of people. Instead of calling them dad and mom, he corrects himself and calls them the Hokage and the missus. So, exactly, it's not that he's not fond of her, he's just closing himself off emotionally. And due to the situation that he's in. And he's closing himself off emotionally with pretty much everyone. He only has opened up to Mitsuki and Sarada so far. And and kind of Sumire a little bit, but then he like immediately took it back and became closed off the second she was like, "Call me Sumire." But yeah, I don't think omnipotence is going to work on Naruto and Hinata because they were already in Kawaki's sealed off dimension where time was paused for them. It's quite sad that he's filtering himself. I agree. I relate to that so hard, which was one of the reasons why I love Boruto. Let me make sure this person didn't write any notes at the bottom. No, they're just going through and copying my translation. Okay, we're good. I didn't finish reading through this, by the way. あれ、ちょっとお待ちください。少々お待ちください。はい。Based on the information I gleaned from that, I'm just going to read this really quick. I haven't gotten anyone since then. An update, my ability to read the future via 10 paths happened spontaneously. It's rather unfortunate, but I'm unable to... Well, let me actually go to where this person was. Copying, because nothing I do before that is going to matter. There's too many corpses. We'll be crushed to death. We gotta get out of here for now. We can't. He's faster than me. I'll sweat him down. Keep flying. Splash. Splash. What did I put splash for? I'll back you up. Keep moving. That's... Oh, slash. Okay. Richard, thanks. Think, darn it. There's gotta be something. My mind transmission information is... Hey, Inogen, the signal cut off. Why? Hop. I pray for your success. Thanks. Reverse summoning jutsu. Himari-chan. Inogen, sorry. Take care of the rest. What? Shikadai. Stop their movements. Just one is fine. Shut up, paralysis jutsu. Mind transfer jutsu. Ah, ga, ha. Ah, ga. What the? Huh? What's up with these guys? It's Inogen's mind transfer. Even though he only took over one, for some reason all of them stopped. What the heck is going on? So I was right. What Inogen likely took over was not just a simple clone. The herd mentality. A single collective consciousness. That's what it is. A single collective consciousness that rules over all of the Mamashis. That was what Inogen took over. In other words, all the Mamashis are now under Inogen's control. God, make sure to destroy both his eyes. Any Mamashis with destroyed eyes will be unable to multiply. Daemon, and I'm gonna crush both your eyes. Splurt. Inogen. Seriously, what the heck is happening? Ah, shwoo, shwa. Did we beat him? I don't really get it. Shik. So that's it. A soul thorn. Boy, Boruto, what are you gonna do with that? He isn't a shinobi. He might end up rotting away. Rotting? Boruto plans to revert Bug back from his tree form, but there's a mysterious eye lying in wait. I'm gonna change this too. But a mysterious eye lies in wait. But whose mysterious eye lies in wait? Okay, there we go. I fixed that. I get that, but it seems like something would slip. Do you think Inogen is blind now that his eyes were pulverized? Potentially. I think whatever is going to happen to Sarda's eyes will also happen to his eyes as well. Because they seem to have the same splurting effect. And I think the reason that scene of Sarda's eye being destroyed was put in was so that Inogen and Sarda would also kind of share the same fate. But I think Inogen's going to be permanent, where Sarda is going to get some sort of upgraded eyes. I'm hoping for a conversation between them soon enough. They've been blue-balling us forever since chapter 1. Yeah. You'll probably get a conversation soon, I would imagine. I mean, not soon, but like I feel like Boruto needs to make more progress in his whole I'm going to give up my body mentality before they can talk. I'm wanting more conversations. Ada and Boruto chat has been long overdue, bro. It has been so long overdue. There's a lot of things that are just overdue that he's been shoving off to the side in place of action. And I think that's because there's, like, a need to take action right now, but at the same time, he hints to all these subtle side conversations that are supposed to happen at some point, and they just don't. But I feel like Ada and Boruto's conversation now is going to be very different now that she's, like, learned about both the girls' feelings as well. And I think that Ada might be the chaos agent that, kind of ends up making Boruto think more about romance. But yeah, I like an actual conversation, not general details about whatever situation they both happen to be in. That would be nice. I think the Ada Boruto conversation will be soon now that Mamoshi is gone. I think there'll also be like a rest period after Mamoshi. Now that Mamoshi's gone, there'll be some sort of like calm before the chaos. And I'm curious to see what that calm ends up being with all the developments that happened between the girls' confessions and all that other kind of stuff. So it'll be interesting for sure. I think Boruto would be happy for Kawaki to take his place and live a peaceful life with the Uzumaki family. I think Boruto wants a good ending for Kawaki as well. But I also feel like he doesn't want Kawaki to necessarily take his place in terms of like being in the family, but he wants him to be a part of the family in his own way, if that makes sense. So he doesn't want him to die or sacrifice himself. But yeah. Do you think Ada still feels guilty for ruining his life. Potentially, that could be an interesting part of their conversation. The reason she said, she would like, in chapter 80, when she was all like, oh, I'm sorry, so as a favor, I'll keep your secret, like, wherever you are, I'll keep that secret. I think that was part of her feeling guilty as well, and she might still continue to feel that way, although I think she's like, oh, well, your life isn't that bad now, because, you know, you've got these people that are slowly coming to your side, and you have Sarada defending you in front of the Hokage, and Sumire defending you in the science side of things, and, like, Kake-chan, I guess she calls her, doesn't even use her first name. But anyway, you think Ada could fall in love with Boruto? No, because she started so much in love with Kawaki, and she's so, like, I think she's going to, what Ada is going to do, I feel like, is, like, further understand love, and then she's going to die. She's going to, like, understand love right before she dies, and that love isn't about this romantic feelings, and I think it's going to be, like, a Frozen situation where she understands it through the girls. Like, understanding kind of that it isn't necessarily all about romance. And Mitsuki was the start, the trigger that initiated that thought in my mind of how she's going to end up coming to terms with what love actually is, instead of it just being everybody falling for her all over the place, or just having these surface level kyun doki doki feelings of, oh, well, he makes my heart beat faster. Isn't that all there is to love? She's going to learn what more there is to love before she dies, I feel like. And then she's going to end up being killed out of love. And I think that's going to be one of the other, or sacrificing herself to the girls for love, for the sake of love. Which might be another one of the ways that love is discussed as a major theme in Boruto. In terms of, like, understanding. Because, yeah, anyway, it's a whole thing. But that's just a theory I have. Also, do you think Boruto really wants to die? Or what's driving his willingness to turn himself over to Momoshiki? I think Boruto thinks, at this point in time, that there isn't much of a point to him continuing to live. Because Sarada is going to become Hokage. And even though he promised to become the Shadow Hokage and Protector, like, that goal was very much thwarted when he got Momoshiki and realized that he could destroy the village and, like, hurt everyone, and he wanted to die. So he still has that mentality of, I can't hurt anybody, including her, as Mitsuki pointed out in the anime by specifically singling out her apart from everybody else, was that one of Boruto's major concerns was specifically her. That he doesn't think that he can have a happy ending. So he doesn't mind sacrificing himself. But I think he also, before that, he wants to give Kawaki a happy ending, which is very self-sacrificial and very sad. I don't think he would want to burden Kawaki like that. He doesn't want to die. He's willing to die, though. I agree with that statement. I don't think Jorah is enough alone to drive this. Is it omnipotence? No. He did want to sacrifice himself in the beginning, but now he's willing to sacrifice himself for the village. So, part of Boruto's mentality is, as long as everyone's safe, it's okay. It doesn't matter what I do. He always throws himself, like, his body, physical body, in the way to save people. And that's been another reoccurring thing, where he throws himself into harm's way and Sarada ends up being the one to save him. And I think that's going to be repeated at the end again, where he throws himself in harm's way. I think I'm talking too loud for the neighbors. Sorry, I'm going to quiet my voice a little bit. Where he throws himself in harm's way and he ends up, and Sarada ends up having to save him because it's been a recurring theme. But I think he just wanted to give his life for the village in general. Like, that's how much he loves everybody and loves the village. That he has this very self-sacrificing kind of love. And that's another type of love that's talked about, because there's all these different types of love are discussed in Boruto, and that's just one of them. My assumption is omnipotence has worn Boruto down from his goal of reclaiming his name as Boruto Uzumaki. I think he feels like if he sacrifices himself for the village, he will go down as Boruto Uzumaki, if that makes sense. Because Naruto is also very much about sacrificing himself for the village. So when even if no one knows, Sarada will know that he sacrificed himself for the village. Sumire will know. Like, there are people that will know what sacrifice he's making. Kawaki will know as well. But because... I don't know. Where was I going with that? Fudge. I don't remember my thought. Because... What was the original question, Frick? In that way, he will feel like an Uzumaki to them, and they'll know who he is. I mean, he's still... I don't think he's completely given up, though. I mean, maybe that's a sign that he has, but I feel like there was also a lot in his wording there as well, because he said shintai, and then the furigana said karada. So shintai is like your physical body, your physical form, and karada is your whole body. But then he said like, oh, you can't deceive me. Like, we can see straight through each other's intentions. So then I was like, kind of like, oh, was my analysis there wrong? Was he not intending to trick Momoshiki? But like, yeah, it's just interesting. The whole thing is really interesting. I don't know what's going to happen there. I do like the idea of more Mitsuki and Ada conversations about that in the future. I think Mitsuki and Ada had their moment, and they're probably not going to get another one, but I would appreciate another Mitsuki-Ada moment. I disagree with that. I think he's kind of moving through the motions because there's so much going on before that could happen. The world is gone. He will never be able to reclaim it anyway. I don't think he's given up on... I don't think he's quite that, like, depressed. I mean, he is depressed, but, like, I don't think he's quite that throwing things out the window, because he still has very much determination to save everything. Even if it means throwing away himself. And that's one of the things that Sarada is aware of about him, which is why she was worried and wanted to chase after him and that thing, and Sumire was like, no, Sarada, it's dangerous, don't go. Anyway, I would like to see an arc with Momoshiki controlling Boruto's body. It would be very interesting. I would also like to see that whole arc play out. Like, what would happen? What would he do? What are the kinds of things he would end up doing? I feel like that might be how the village gets destroyed, but we'll see. Boruto seems like Kage material more so than Sarada so far. I hope it's acknowledged and addressed. That kid is taking L's and taking it on the chin. I feel like Sarada has always felt like she's behind everybody else. And I feel like that's been very obvious from, Boruto and Kawaki becoming literal Otsuki. But I feel like once the karma is removed from Boruto, or whatever happens in the end, to the point where he either gets rid of Momoshiki, gets rid of karma, does something to become human again, if that is the ending, then Sarada will have a one-up, finally have a one-up, and be in the same level as everybody, kind of, as Mitsuki and Boruto. And not that base Boruto is similar to Sarada right now, but once she unlocks her other Mangekyo, she has like a lot more of potential, and she wasn't given a lot of training, especially over the course of the time skip, because she was doing other things. I mean, she can use like Chidori Nagashi and all that kind of stuff, but like, I don't know. Anyway, I do think that Boruto is above her in terms of ability right now, for sure. But I don't think that Boruto is necessarily Kage material because of his mentality right now, as well. In what way do you think Mitsuki loves Boruto? Is this the comment about the line in chapter 7? I have a video on that. Oh my gosh. I think okay, so Mitsuki admires Boruto as a role model. That is part of the understanding of the sun. So the sun, in terms of like, how should I describe this? In like tarot cards and like astrology and all that kind of stuff, is like the role model for a person. And Mitsuki doesn't understand how to make his own decisions and like live his own life. So from the very beginning, part of his like identity as a manufactured human, a jizou ningen, I don't know how to say that. It's like a created human being, like a artificial human, that's the word, is like he couldn't make his own decisions. He was created kind of without necessarily free will, and he was given free will, and then he discovered free will, and instead of making these decisions for himself, he decided to follow Boruto. I have a whole video on this, But to summarize it briefly, like, because he is that in that role model position and he has so much respect for Boruto's decisions, he follows with everything Boruto does. But it's not romantic love, specifically because Chapter 7, to Blue Vortex Chapter 7, where it pointed out that Ada was the first one to show him Neai, which is romantic love, for the first time. And then he says, なぜ乾きが好きなのか自分でわからない. So 好き is different from 恋愛. 恋愛 is very specifically like romantic love again. 好き is like why you like or why you love someone in general, and it encompasses all the types of love. Whereas like love, admiration, respect, all that kind of stuff, you can put all that in the category of 好き. But because he specifically used 恋愛 for Ada, and then used 好き, and then was talking in reference as well about why Ada didn't know how she liked Kawaki, and then the official just completely removed that nuance and decided to say, I love Boruto. But I think the love that Mitsuki has for Boruto is that kind of role model, admiration, respect kind of love that is different from romance, although there are a lot of Boruto and Mitsuki shippers, but even in Japan as well, there's a lot of fan art for them. But I think there's more of Shikarai and Inujin, honestly. But anyway, it depends. Well, no, there might be more for Boruto and Mitsuki. But I feel like, again, it's him not really understanding romance. He doesn't really understand romance until he meets Ada and feels that emotion. So I don't think what he had was romantic love for Boruto as well. But, I mean, behaviorally, Boruto is exhibiting a lot of qualities you expect of a Kage. Interesting. Naruto clearly impacted how Boruto thinks and acts on behalf of the village. That's true. But I feel like Sarada also is acting more like Naruto does, and Boruto is acting more like Sasuke did, if that makes sense. I still think Boruto has the qualifications, but because he's so self-sacrificing and he's ready to throw his life away, that's not really a quality of a Kage. A quality of a Kage is like, I have to live to protect my village. And that's very much Sarada's mentality. I have to keep Boruto safe to protect the village because he's a vital asset to the village right now. I have to keep myself strong to protect the village. And Boruto is like, I was given the strength. I was given this ability. I'm going to use it and then sacrifice myself. And it doesn't matter what happens to me in the end, because I don't need to stay alive as long as the village and everybody else I love stays safe. And I feel like those are very different mentalities, so I feel like Sarada is just more suited to being Kage in that way. I agree, though his more extreme behaviors are concerning and not healthy. I cannot blame him for that. His life sucks. It most certainly does. Sarada would become Hokage no matter what, and Boruto would be very happy to see that. Boruto is simply not interested in taking that path. I also agree with that, because that was the whole point of the movie novel, was Boruto is just, like, completely uninterested in becoming Hokage. And then even after he has the path laid out for him, he's like, no, I don't want to become Hokage. Sarada, you become Hokage. And he specifically says, Sarada, you become, like, you're going to be the one who's going to become Hokage. Like, they wouldn't have pointed that out. They wouldn't have paused and said that line in that way if they didn't, like, he's backing her up. Like, she has his full support, if that makes sense, to become Hokage. But yeah. What about Mitsuki ending up with Ada? If Ada stays alive, I think that could be cute, even though it's not like, it hasn't been that developed. I think they're both interesting characters in the way that they go about thinking about things, and they're both totally opposites as well, but I don't think Ada would go for somebody like Mitsuki. In the beginning, it almost felt like Mitsuki and Sumire, if you read Light Novel 3, it almost felt like Mitsuki and Sumire were going to be set up, but then they just completely ignored all of that, all of the slight development that was there, and I was like, oh, okay, that's not gonna happen. But yeah, that's interesting. Okay, this is what I was thinking. I just wanted to make sure I understood it properly. Thank you. No problem. And it is 10 o'clock, so I think I'm going to get going soon, but thank you for everyone who came to watch this live stream. I hope you enjoyed talking with me about the chapter and the events of Boruto in general. I sometimes do Minecraft streams, if you would like to subscribe and come back when I do Minecraft streams, although I think most of you are already subscribed. But, I just felt like I just mean that Sarada has not felt as developed in the pursuit of Hokage, and Boruto still feels like a natural at it. Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like she's been developed in her feelings towards wanting to become Hokage and the way that she acts in the role. I'll have to do an analysis on that. That's interesting. But yeah, I feel like Sarada has been given a lot more moments to act in a way that Naruto would have acted. Whereas Boruto has been given a lot more moments to be on the front lines and do that kind of thing, do the fighting kind of thing. But yeah, anyway. For a moment I thought my screen got damaged because of how you positioned the Google Docs on your screen with the black bar on the right. The black bar on the right. What did I do? Mutable. Ah! Sureka. I can fix that. Here you go. Whoops. I didn't have the thing all the way over. My bad. Yeah, I mean, girls are often given more emotional and romantic than physical development as well, which kind of sucks, but at least she was given a good bit more than most girls in manga get, which I'm very proud of. But anyway, yeah, I do need to go. I do need to relax. I've got school tomorrow. So, fairly well. I hope you all have a great rest of your evening. And if you want to come talk to me again sometime, I will probably be streaming Minecraft at some point later in the week. I'm not 100% sure when that'll be happening, but it'll happen at some time, eventually. Thank you for all the chats. I had a lot of fun talking with everybody. And I'll see you guys later. Bye.